let's jump right in. All right, so let's get into the very first English expression. The first expression is bend the rules, and it means to not be strict or exact about following a rule. Now, this expression, bend the rules, is very common. And when you use it, you will sound like a native English speaker. Let me tell you about one of my friends who likes to bend the rules. I won't say her name. Now, this friend is great. Everyone loves her. But she always likes to have her way. So one time we went to another friend's house and he had a pool. He had an apartment actually, but there was a pool connected to his apartment. Now the pool closed at a certain hour, but my friend decided she still wanted to go swimming. She said, I know the rule says that we can't go swimming at this time, but if somebody opens the pool or we happen to get in the pool area, is it really that bad? It was at that moment I realized, she really loves to bend the rules. Makes sense, right? Maybe you have a friend just like that. All right, so let's move on to number 2. The second English expression you can use today is word of mouth. Now, this means given or done by people talking about something or telling people about something. In English, we say word of mouth. Now, this is again an expression you can use every day. I'll tell you something. Yesterday, July 10th, was my birthday, and my favorite food is Indian food. I really love it. So I wanted to figure out what the best Indian restaurant was in Maryland, where I live. So I posted something on Facebook. I said, hey fam, hey friends, can you tell me what's the best Indian restaurant in the Maryland area? And so many comments came under that post. And people said many different locations, but one location, Amber Spice, if you're ever in Maryland, came up multiple times. So I said, Amber Spice, the Indian restaurant, must be good. So I tried it, and woo-wee was the food good. So because of word of mouth, I decided to try the Indian food. So word of mouth is very powerful. Again, word of mouth being other people saying, hey, 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 and you hear it and it influences you. We say, oh, word of mouth, like word of mouth marketing. Make sense? All right, let's move on to number 3. Here we go. So number 3, expression number 3 is to doze off. Now this means to fall asleep, especially for a short period of time. So let's say you're in class and you're learning something and all of a sudden you doze off. Like honestly, many times you don't even realize that you fell asleep. This used to happen to me when I was in college. You see, I am a very hardworking individual. And when I was in school, I studied very hard and I loved learning. However, the classes that I had after lunch, they were pretty difficult for me to focus in because I would eat and have a really good lunch and then I'd get drowsy after lunch. So I'd go to class, sit up front, be ready. I was ready to listen to the teacher, and then before I knew it, I had dozed off. Makes sense, right? Maybe you've dozed off before too. All right, so number 3 is doze off. Here we go. Number 4. Number 4 is make a first impression. Now, this means to have or create a strong impact on someone, whether good or bad. So in English, we say first impression. How does someone make you feel when you first meet them? Or what is your opinion of someone after meeting them for the first time? We naturally, as human beings, look at people. Okay, what is he doing? What is she doing? Okay, I like the outfit. We assess a person, their first impression, how they look or how they speak the first time we meet them. So I remember when I was in college, there was this guy, and I think I told you all this story before. He was pretty handsome, but I didn't know him well. He had come to my church one Sabbath, and I still remember him to this day because he had made such a great impression. He spoke very well. He was really well dressed, and he really was attractive. He made a good first impression on all the ladies. Make sense? All right, so number 4 is make a first impression. Here we go. Number 5. Number 5 is get a feel for something. It means to develop a good knowledge or understanding of something. You know, when you first start something, you're a little bit uncomfortable. You're not really used to it. It's not really easy. But over time, it gets easier. We say, get a feel for something. So for example, when I went to South Korea, I had to learn the curriculum that I was going to teach in class. Prior to going to Korea, I had never taught English before. So when I arrived at the institute, they gave us training and they gave us books to study. So in the beginning, it was a little bit difficult. Even though I enjoyed teaching, I had to learn the curriculum and follow their system. But after about 2 or 3 weeks, I started to get a feel for the curriculum. Makes sense, right? I started to develop a good knowledge of the curriculum. I got more comfortable in class and it was more enjoyable. So in English, we say to get a feel for something. All right, here we go. Number 6, we have something speaks for itself. Now, this means something is clearly so good or effective that no additional argument about it is necessary. Again, you don't need to prove anything. It is evidence enough. So for example, I said yesterday was my birthday, and one of our close family friends, she likes to make desserts. And there's this 7-Up pound cake, that she said she makes. And we had never tried it before. She said, no, it's really delicious. People always tell me how much they like it. So we said, hey, you should make it for Tiff's birthday. And she said, okay. So yesterday she came over to our house and she brought the cake. Now, remember, she had told us it was amazing, but we had never tried it. So she sliced the cake and she gave us a piece and I tasted it. The cake speaks for itself. That cake is good. So after I tried it, my dad tried it, and then we went out on the deck area and people were out there and they were like, what's going on? We were like, you have to try the cake. It speaks for itself. And everyone realized, oh, that cake is good. So they went inside to get a piece. Makes sense, right? So when something speaks for itself, you don't have to say anything else. It's clear how effective or how good something is. You got it? All right, here we go. Let's move on to number 7. Expression number 7 is wing it. And this means to do or try to do something without much practice or preparation. No preparation, just start, no practice. So think about it like this. So I teach you English and I love it. Normally, I have to prepare a lot before I teach you something. I have to prepare the slides, the designs, make sure the colors match. There's a lot of preparation before I come on camera to teach you something. But let's say one week I didn't have any time to prepare a PowerPoint or a keynote presentation. And I said, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to turn the camera on, turn the mic on. I'm just going to wing it. You got it, right? Again, no preparation. Don't worry. I always prepare because I want to make sure you understand. I don't wing it when I teach you something. All right. Makes sense? So wing it just means you're doing something without preparation and just, I'm just going to do it. I didn't need to prepare. All right. All right. Here we go. Number 8, expression number 8 is moral of the story. Moral of the story. And this just means the main message of the story or what the story is really about. So whenever I tell you a story, you know, during story time, hey, I said it's story time. Whenever I sing that song, you know what's going to happen. So I tell you lots of stories about my life and different things that have happened, right? Well, at the end, I normally wrap up the story by telling you something I learned or telling you something that I hope you will learn. I can say, hey, the moral of the story is you must treat people well. Or the moral of the story is always do things and give 110%. So again, moral of the story just means the main message, the main idea, and what the story is really about. Makes sense, right? Okay, good. Now, we have number 9 and number 10 coming up. But I did want to tell you once again about the app, English with Tiffani. I have spent so much time with the team building this app, and I'm so excited. So many of you have already downloaded the app. So I want to encourage you, download the app right now. Now, the free version has a lot of lessons in it, but we're having a special promotion right now, half off of the premium membership. That's right. Now, as a premium member, you will get more than triple the lessons that you see in the free version. That's right. And every other course that I add as a premium member, you'll automatically have access. And when I say I have some plans in store for this app, woo-wee, you don't want to miss out. Just recently, my team and I added a conversation course. That's right. Last week, when this app launched, there was only the pronunciation course. Now, this week, we've added the conversation course. With this course, you will be able to practice. That's right. You'll have a conversation. The app will tell you what to say. You can record your voice and go back and forth with the app. Great practice so that when you get in a real conversation, you can speak with confidence. So again, check out the app. I don't want you to miss out on your opportunity to get the premium membership for half off. Don't miss out. Click the link in the description. I know you will love it. All right. So now let's jump into number 9. Here we go. Number 9 is right here. Rubbing off on someone. Now, this means to have one's characteristics, mannerisms, or behavior be adopted by someone with whom one has spent a lot of time. We say rubbing off on someone. Now, I have some good friends. One of my friends, we rub off on each other a lot, meaning we influence each other. Our characteristics and mannerisms mimic each other. So, for example, I can get on the phone with this friend and we can laugh. We can talk about everything. And normally we bounce off of each other, meaning that I'll do something and then she'll do the same thing back and we'll start laughing. So we are rubbing off on each other. Think about this. When you go somewhere and something gets on your hand and you're like, oh man, what is that? When you rub it, it gets on your arm. So when someone that you're around a lot, someone you enjoy spending time with, after a while, you start to act like that person and they start to act like you, rubbing off on each other. It happens a lot too between close friends, couples, and family members. All right. All right. Let's keep going. We got number 10. Here we go. Number 10 is right here. Number 10 is drop everything for someone or for something. Now, this means to stop one's current activity to tend to someone or something else. Again, in English, we say drop everything for someone or something. Now, I'll tell you this quick story. One of my friends, unfortunately, she lost her child. Now, I was overseas in South Korea. I was an English missionary. I had a really busy schedule. But when my family called me and said, Tiff, the person's name, her son passed away, I dropped everything. I stopped all of my classes. I got on a plane. I think in 2 days, I was able to find an airline ticket. And I flew to America here in order to be there for my friend for the funeral. I dropped everything because I cared about my friend, her husband, her other children, and I wanted to be there for them. So again, dropping everything is stopping your activity in order to help someone with something or to do something else. Makes sense, right? All right. Now, I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. I hope you start using these 10 English expressions starting today, because you will start sounding more like a native English speaker. All right, I will see you next week. As always, remember to speak English, and don't you forget to get the app right now and get 50% off the premium membership before that deal goes away. All right, I'll see you next week. Let's jump right in. All right, so our first expression is for the record. For the record. Now, this is a very important expression, so I want to make sure your pronunciation is correct. So after me, for the record. Excellent. Last time after me, for the record. Good job. Now, for the record is just used when you want to say something publicly and as a fact. Basically, you want everyone to know, hey, this is my thought, this is my opinion, this is my position, this is the truth, and I want everyone to know. In English, we say for the record. So let me show you an example sentence using this expression. For example, I am willing to say, for the record, that it has enormous value. One more time, watch how I use it. I am willing to say, for the record, that it has enormous value. Now, I can actually take it out of the sentence and the sentence will still make sense. Watch. I am willing to say that it has enormous value. Makes sense. But remember, for the record is used to state something publicly as a fact, to let everyone know, hey, this is my position and you don't have to doubt it. I am willing to say, for the record, so that everyone knows that it has enormous value. Makes sense, right? All right, let's look at the second example sentence. Just for the record, perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're doing Monday. Remember, we can take it out and the sentence or question will still make sense. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're doing Monday. Add it at the beginning. Listen, just for the record, just so that we're all clear, perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're doing Monday. Just for the record. And last, what about this one? For the record, it was she who approached me about such a deal, not the other way around. Again, making sure that everyone listening knows, hey, this is my position, my opinion, and I'm stating it as a fact. You don't have to doubt it. For the record, it was she who approached me about such a deal, not the other way around. I want you to know that, hey, it wasn't me, it was her. That's a fact. For the record, makes sense. This is a very useful English expression, for the record. Now, the second one is also just as useful. The second English expression is for as long as I can remember. For as long as I can remember. So after me, for as long as I can remember. Excellent. Now, this expression just means to remember most or all of one's life. My memory about this person, this event, this topic, it really spans my entire life. The only thing I can remember is this, for as long as I can remember. So, first example sentence, here we go. Her family has lived in New York for as long as I can remember. I don't remember her living anywhere else. I don't remember there being a time that she was not living in New York. In English, we say, for as long as I can remember. So, for as long as I can remember, my niece has loved black beans. That's true. For as long as I can remember, her entire life, she's always liked black beans. So in English, we say again, for as long as I can remember. Now, what about this example sentence? For as long as I could remember, they've been together. For as long as I could remember, they've been together. I don't remember a time when they weren't together for as long as I could remember. Now, what about this last example sentence? They moved and have lived on the other side of the world for as long as I can remember. Now, you know that I lived in South Korea for about 10 years. That's a long period of time. So long that many people said, wow, for as long as I can remember, Tiff has been in South Korea when I was living in South Korea, because they couldn't remember a time that I was not in Korea. So the same is happening here. They moved and have lived on the other side of the world for as long as I can remember. Makes sense, right? Very simple, but very useful English expression. Now, I want us to look at the third English expression, to lose sleep over. Maybe you're wondering, Tiffani, teacher, what does this mean? Why are you losing sleep? Well, to lose sleep over just means to worry or stress about something that one can't sleep. You're worried or stressed about something so much that you cannot sleep. Now, let's imagine you're about to get married, right? You're getting married tomorrow and you're excited, but you can't go to sleep. You're losing sleep over whether you'll remember your vows. Will you remember to bring the ring? So many things are on your mind that you're not able to sleep. You're worried about your wedding day. You're losing sleep over it. Now, here's the first example sentence for this one. I lost sleep over the fact that I did not get the job I wanted. Think about it. You went to a job interview and they asked you a question in English. But you suddenly got a little nervous and you weren't able to answer it the way you wanted to. Then you went home. You got in your bed, but you couldn't fall asleep because you were worried about what happened. You lost sleep over the fact that you couldn't answer the English question. But I know after studying my lessons, you'll be able to do it. I believe in you. All right. So sentence number 2, the ending of our relationship has got me losing sleep over her. So this individual, he broke up with his girlfriend and he's losing sleep over the fact that, oh my goodness, we're not together anymore. He's losing sleep over the end of his relationship, worrying about what she's thinking about him. All right, so what about this one right here? Number 3. I'm losing sleep over sending my son off to college. My son, my baby boy, he's going to leave us and go to college by himself. I'm worried. I'm concerned. I'm losing sleep over sending my son off to college. Makes sense. Maybe you've lost sleep over a test that you have to take. Something that causes you to worry and inhibits you or stops you from getting sleep. All right, so again, we have to lose sleep over. All right, now what about this next one? Number 4. Oh, come on. One more time after me. Oh, come on. Excellent. Now, this is an expression that you'll hear very often in television dramas, in Netflix programs, or in movies. We say this a lot. Come on. Now, we use this to tell someone that we don't believe what they're saying, or we don't take them seriously. Really? You ran 35 miles this morning? Come on. Again, we don't believe that they were able to run 35 miles in the morning before work. Come on, showing that we don't believe them or take them seriously. So let's check out this first example sentence. Here we go. Oh, come on. You can't be serious about this situation. Again, at the beginning, we're saying, oh, come on, showing them, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't take you seriously. You can't be serious about this situation. What about this example? Oh, come on. You're telling me you grew back a limb? Come on now. Again, unbelievable. We don't take you seriously. We say in English, oh, come on. Makes sense, right? Okay, now this last example sentence. Here we go. Oh, come on. You did not build this entire city by yourself. We don't believe that. Look at my facial expression. I look like, come on now. I don't believe what you're saying. In English, the expression is, oh, come on. I want you to start using it more often. All right, now, the fifth expression, again, this is a great one. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Now, this expression, one more time after me. I'm just kidding. Good. Now, this is used to soften a serious situation or insult by saying it was a joke. Hey. I'm just kidding. I wasn't serious. It was a joke. I'm just kidding. Now, look at some example sentences. Here we go. Sorry to scare you like that. I'm just kidding. Like, I'm not serious. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Sorry to scare you like that. I'm just kidding. Next one. I'm just kidding. I didn't actually mean what I said earlier. I'm just kidding. And last one. Don't take what I say or do so seriously. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm not being serious. I'm just kidding. This is a very, very useful expression in English. Now, these 5 expressions will help you, but what you have to do right now is take a quiz. Yep, you got it. I want you to see how much you remember. So it's quiz time. All right, now, this quiz, I want you to pay attention. You only have 5 seconds for each question. So here's question number 1. Now, I'll remind you really quickly, we had 5 expressions. The first one, for the record. Second one, for as long as I can remember. Third one, to lose sleep over. Fourth one, oh, come on. And fifth one, I'm just kidding. So here's question number 1. Fill in the blank. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're doing Monday. Oh, come on now. I'll give you 5 seconds. Time. What's the answer? Come on, I know you know it. Exactly. Just for the record, perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're doing Monday. Excellent. Very, very good. All right, question number 2. I'm sending my son off to college. 5 seconds. Time. What is the expression that goes here? Excellent. I'm losing sleep over sending my son off to college. Very good. Very good. Let's reset our timer and go to question number 3. Her family has lived in New York, ... What's the answer? 5 seconds. Time. What's the answer? Excellent. For as long as I can remember. Very good. All right, now what about question number 4? Don't take what I say or do so seriously. Time. 3, 2, 1. All right, what's the answer? Come on, you know this one. Excellent. I'm just kidding. Very good. All right, now question number 5. You're doing so well. Let's see if you remember this one right here. Here we go. ... Can't be serious about this situation. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. 2, 1. Time. What's the answer? Oh, come on. You can't be serious about this situation. Excellent job. You are amazing. Now, I really hope you enjoyed this lesson. Remember, all of the expressions I taught you today, these 5 expressions you must know, come from my ebook, 100 English Expressions. You can get your copy by hitting the link in the description or going to www.studywithtiffani.com. They will help you sound more like a native English speaker. All right, I will see you next time, but as always, remember to speak English. Let's jump right in. The very first English expression you must know is to catch up with. To catch up with. Now, as you listen to the story, see if you can guess the meaning of the expression, to catch up with. It was their high school reunion. It had been 20 years since the last time they spent time together, and they were excited to see each other, talk about their families, take pictures, and catch up with each other. They were having a wonderful time, reminiscing about high school and talking about everything that had happened over the last 20 years. They were catching up with each other. But in the midst of their conversations, Barbara, one of the friends, said, "Hey guys, have you all heard from Brian?" And they all said, "Man, no, we haven't heard from Brian in years either." And Barbara said, "Man, I would love to catch up with Brian. When we were in high school, we always hung out with each other, but I haven't been able to get in contact with him for years." And as Barbara was speaking, guess who walked up behind her? Brian. Brian tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Barbara, how you doing?" Barbara screamed, "Brian, you're here!" And she gave him a big hug. And he said, "You know, Barbara, I'm looking forward to catching up with you as well." Do you know the meaning? Could you guess the meaning of the expression to catch up with? Well, let me tell you the meaning. So the expression to catch up with, it means to speak to someone whom one has not seen for some time or for a long time in order to find out what they've been doing. Just like Barbara in the story missed speaking to Brian, she wanted to catch up with Brian to find out what he had been doing over the last 20 years. Makes sense, right? Now, let me give you some example sentences that will help you use this in real life. Sentence number 1. It's always great to catch up with old friends, just like the high school friends were catching up with each other during their reunion. So again, it's always great to catch up with old friends. Next, Samantha left to go catch up with some old friends from college. She wanted to catch up with her friends to find out what they had been doing. And finally, the third one, high school reunions, like our story, are great ways for old friends and classmates to catch up with each other. All right, so makes sense. You can now use this expression, to catch up with. Very good. Now, the next expression is also very important. The next expression is to get ripped off by. To get ripped off by. Now, as you listen to the story, see if you again can guess the meaning of the expression to get ripped off by. It was their very first date. They were excited to be going out to a restaurant together, and she was holding her flowers, excited because she had liked him for a long time, and he was looking forward to taking her to his favorite restaurant. So they finally arrived, and he took her purse and he took the flowers and said, "Hey, I'll let you sit down first." And he let her sit down, and he cleared his throat and said, I really have liked you for a long time. And she said, "I've liked you too." And they proceeded to talk for a long time after they ordered their food, and they were having a wonderful time together. The food came, and she enjoyed her meal, and he enjoyed his meal. But then the bill came. Now, it was his favorite restaurant, so he knew the majority of the prices. But when the waiter brought the bill, he looked at it and something was wrong. He didn't want to reveal that the bill looked a little bit off. It didn't look correct, but he knew something was wrong. And he looked at the waiter, and the waiter kind of had a smirk on his face. He said, "This is your bill, sir." But the young man, he didn't want to be embarrassed in front of the young lady he had invited out to dinner, so he took out his card and he gave it to the waiter. And the waiter said, "Thank you." The waiter took the bill back with his card and rung his card and swiped his card, and then he brought it back to the young man and said, "Thank you, sir." So the young man put his card back in his wallet, but the young girl could tell something was wrong, and she said, Are you okay?" He said, "I'm fine, let's just go." So she picked up her flowers, she picked up her purse, and she followed him outside of the restaurant, and they went to find their bikes, and she said, "Something is wrong." He said, "I just got ripped off." She said, "What do you mean? The food was great. I don't understand." He said, "I just got ripped off. The waiter charged me much more than what was on the menu." She said, "Really? Why didn't you say anything?" He said, "Well, honestly, I didn't want to cause a scene or make a scene in the restaurant, but I know he charged me more than I should have been charged, and I really got ripped off." And the young lady said, "Listen, the meal was great, the company was great, but I don't like that you got ripped off. Let's walk back in the restaurant and talk to the manager." And the young man looked at her and said, "You'd be okay with that?" She said, "Listen, you're a great guy. You don't deserve to get ripped off." And he smiled and said, "Man, I like you even more." And they walked back into the restaurant and spoke with the manager and told the manager that they had gotten ripped off. And the manager took care of everything. Do you know the meaning of the expression? Come on, get ripped off. You got it? Now, the expression get ripped off, it means to cheat someone by charging them too much for something. Just like the waiter charged the young man more than he should have been charged. Again, in English, we say to get ripped off by. So, to cheat someone by charging them too much. Now, I want to give you some example sentences using this expression. Here we go. The first example sentence: the man at the kiosk ripped me off by charging me too much for something that broke so easily. Sentence number 2. The restaurant is a ripoff because its price is over the moon with mediocre taste. The food's not even that good. Now, sentence number 3. Concession stands are a huge ripoff due to the quality of food and snacks you could get for the same price elsewhere. Again, in English, we say to get ripped off by. So it makes sense, right? Now, we're going to move on to our third expression, but I want to let you know something. If you're enjoying this lesson, if you're enjoying the stories that go along with the expressions, you'll really like my English Vocabulary with Tiffani channel. That's right. Every single day of the week, except for Saturday, I teach an English lesson. I tell stories, and I also help you understand how to pronounce the English vocabulary words. So, if you want to improve your English vocabulary and learn a new word every day, go to English Vocabulary with Tiffani or hit the link in the description, and you can watch new videos every single day. So, let's keep moving on to expression number 3. Now, the third expression is to go for a ride. To go for a ride. Now, as you listen to the story, once again, see if you can guess the meaning of this expression. They had been together for almost 40 years. They were high school sweethearts and they loved being together. And today they were going for a ride, just like they did every Sunday at 9 a.m. They would go for a ride down their favorite road and they look at the countryside and they see the animals and they would just talk about their life together. But today was just a little bit different. You see, a few weeks prior, they had found out that the wife had dementia. So in a few short months, she would start forgetting things, but her husband did not want her to forget about their Sunday rides. So he said, "Baby, listen, I know we got some bad news, and I know in a few months things are going to change, but do you want to go for a ride? Do you want to go for a ride and see some new things and have our conversations like we used to?" And she said, "Baby, yes, let's go for a ride." So they went out to the car, got in, and they went for their ride. Do you know the meaning? You know it. Exactly. So here's the definition of the expression to go for a ride. It literally just means to go for a brief, leisurely outing, as in a car or a motorcycle. Again, just a brief ride, just like the older couple wanted to go out and look at the countryside like they did every Sunday at 9 a.m. Again, in English, we say to go for a ride, a brief, leisurely, relaxing outing in a car or on a motorcycle. Now, let me give you some example sentences to help you use this in real life. Jenny just got a new car for her birthday, so I think we're going to go for a ride after school. Think about how exciting it would be to go for a ride after school in your friend's new car. Jenny just got a new car for her birthday, so I think we're going to go for a ride after school. Here's the second example sentence. My parents and I got into an argument, so I left for a ride to cool off. This individual was angry with his or her parents, so he or she needed to go for a ride, take a leisurely ride in his or her car to relax or cool off. In English, we say go for a ride. And third, on Sundays, like the couple, I like to go for a ride on my bike around town. Again, on Sundays, I like to go for a ride on my bike around town. Makes sense, right? The third expression, again, a commonly used expression, to go for a ride. All right, now let's move on to expression number 4. This expression you must also know. The fourth expression is to fall apart. To fall apart. Now, as you listen to this story, try to guess the meaning of the expression to fall apart. It was a Friday afternoon, and Caroline was sitting with her friends, telling them what had happened between her and Mark. You see, Caroline and Mark had been together for a long time. They had been high school sweethearts, and now they were in college. But Caroline said that her and Mark were breaking up. And she totally fell apart. She loved Mark. She didn't want to break up with Mark, but unfortunately, things just weren't working out. And her friends were standing around her, trying to encourage her, saying that, listen, you are an amazing person, Caroline. Don't worry. You'll find another guy. But as Caroline was falling apart and crying and saying how much she loved Mark, her phone rang. As she picked up the phone, she looked and she saw that it was Mark. She said, hello? Sniffling. Mark said, Caroline, are you okay? She said, I'm fine, Mark. How are you? He said, Caroline, I've been falling apart all day. I miss you so much. Can we please work this out? And suddenly a smile came across Caroline's face. She said, Mark, I love you too. Let's work it out. And she hung up the phone, and suddenly another smile came across her face, and she told her friends, thank you so much for your comfort, but we're gonna work it out. She wasn't falling apart anymore. Did you guess the meaning? I think you did. Now, falling apart. To fall apart just means to lose one's capacity to cope. All of a sudden, as Caroline was telling the story, she started crying and talking about what was happening between her and Mark. She fell apart. She couldn't cope with the sadness anymore. In English, we say to fall apart. So let me give you a few example sentences. Here we go. The first one, knowing how the groom is, their marriage is likely to fall apart. Again, they're not going to be able to cope. They're both going to quit. Again, one more time, knowing how the groom is, their marriage is likely to fall apart. Sentence number 2, I was really close with my dad, and I started to fall apart after his death. I couldn't cope with life. I was crying. I was distraught. I couldn't cope. I started to fall apart after his death. And number 3, I was really falling apart during the breakup between my fiance and me. Similar to Caroline and Mark's situation before they decided to come back together. Again, I was really falling apart during the breakup between my fiance and me. Makes sense, right? In English, we say to fall apart. Now, one more English expression that you must know. The fifth English expression that you must know in order to sound like a native English speaker is in denial. In denial. Now, as you listen to this story, just like the previous stories, I want you to try to guess the meaning of this expression, in denial. He was leaving the office. He had been working there for about 10 years and he thought he was the best employee they ever had. He was kind of arrogant, and so many of the employees didn't like him. So when he got the call from his manager telling him that he was fired, he could not believe it. He was completely in denial as he packed his bags and put his boxes together. You have got to be kidding me. They're firing me? No, I'm the best employee they've ever had. And as he was walking out the door, he was still in denial. He said, this has to be a joke. Look at all these employees. None of them are better than me. I am the best employee they've ever had. I know they're going to call me back tomorrow and say, oh, we're so sorry, Scott. Please come back. This man was in denial. He could not believe that they would even think about firing him. Do you know the meaning? I think you got it. All right. In denial, another expression you need to know. In denial means refusing to admit the truth or reality of something unpleasant. He got fired, but he didn't want to believe. He didn't want to understand the truth of the situation, that he was being let go. He was in denial, refusing to admit the truth. So let me give you some example sentences for this expression. The first one. The patient came in to see the results and was immediately in denial. Couldn't believe what the doctor said. Number two, ever since the breakup, she's been in denial. And sentence number three, my parents are in denial and they still make breakfast for my brother who recently passed away. They refuse to admit the truth that my brother is no longer alive. In English, we say in denial. Now, I hope you use each of these expressions at least one time today, and I'll talk to you next time. Let's jump right in. All right, our first expression is to lose track of. To lose track of. Now, this expression just means to fail to stay fully aware or informed about. So basically, at one time, you were very aware of something. You knew what was going on, but then as time went on, you started focusing on other things and you lost track of something. You no longer know a lot about it. So here's the first example sentence. I lose track of my wallet all the time. In the beginning, I know where my wallet is, but then as time goes on, I forget where it is. I lose track of my wallet all the time. Next, we have this example sentence. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, it was 1 a.m. I knew what time it was, but then I got busy doing something else and I lost track of time. Makes sense, right? All right, here's the other example sentence. I keep my important documents in a safe so I don't lose track of them. I always know where they are. So again, I keep my important documents in a safe so I don't lose track of them. You see how useful this expression is, right? Literally, we use this expression all the time. You'll hear native English speakers, Americans saying this all the time. Shoot, I lost track of time. I need to go. I'm late for my meeting. Shoot, I lost track of time, ... So you can start using this expression today as well to sound more like a native English speaker. Now, the second expression is another good one. to have a taste for. Again, to have a taste for. Now, this just means to acquire a preference for something. Again, to acquire a preference for something. Let me give you an example. I love Indian food, and you know that, right? I've talked about it many times. There's a really good Indian restaurant in Columbia, Maryland. It's called Chutney's. If you live in Maryland, you have to visit it. Chutney's. Now, I remember the very first time I went to Chutney's. Some other friends had recommended the restaurant because they knew that I love Indian food. So I went to the restaurant and I remember the first bite. Woo! The curry was amazing. So the food was so good, I found myself craving it. So I would call my friends sometimes and say, hey, I have a taste for Indian food. Do you want to go to Chutney's? Again, I acquired a taste for their food. I prefer their Indian food. To have a taste for. Makes sense, right? Ooh, I want to eat a certain thing. I've acquired a preference for something. I prefer their Indian food. Here we go. An example sentence. She has a taste for more power. It's not always food. Now that she has become the head manager, she became the manager, and all of a sudden, she had this power. She acquired a preference for that feeling of power. So again, she has a taste for more power now that she has become the head manager. Next, example sentence. I have a taste for cold drinks on hot days. Woo! Man, when it's hot outside and I'm sweating, I really prefer cold drinks. I have a taste for cold drinks on hot days. And what about this example sentence? I have a taste for traveling first class. Again, I prefer being in the nicer seats, having the better service. I have a taste for traveling first class. Maybe you have a taste for traveling first class. All right, so now we understand to have a taste for, and you can use it today. Now, the third expression is also a really good one. The third expression is to sort out. To sort out, and it just means to resolve a problem. There's a problem and we need to resolve it. We need to fix it. We need to figure out what the issue is. So I remember a friend and I, we had a disagreement and we were not speaking to each other for quite a while. And I realized, hey, there's a problem here. I've been friends with her for a long time and I don't want to lose this friendship. So, hey, we need to sort out this issue. We need to resolve the problem because this friendship is important. So we sorted it out and we're friends to this day. We had to resolve the issue, resolve the problem. So let me give you some example sentences that will help you. Here's the first one. I need to sort out my finances. You see how we can use this expression in many different situations. My finances are a mess. They're not organized. Hey, I need to sort out my finances. I need to get them organized and to resolve the issues I'm having. Next, Philip needs to sort out his travel plans before it's too late. Listen, Philip, there's a problem with your travel plans. Something's not right. You need to sort out your travel plans. Resolve the issue. It's starting to make sense, right? A very useful expression. And the third example is she left the country without sorting out her responsibilities. Again, she left the country without sorting out her responsibilities. Well, listen, you have responsibilities. There are problems right now because you are the one in charge. You can't just leave. She said, I'm gone. She did not resolve the problems. Again, she left the country without sorting out her responsibilities. Now, the fourth expression is also another good one. Behind somebody's back. Again, behind somebody's back. Now, this is a very commonly used expression. It literally means without a person's knowledge, in a dishonorable way, without a person's knowledge. Now, you may find it tricky to pronounce the first part, behind. Now, if you want help with your pronunciation, again, you can get my app, English with Tiffani. The link is in the description, or you can go to your cell phone and you can find English with Tiffani in the App Store. You'll find pronunciation lessons to help you sound more like a native English speaker. So behind somebody's back, without a person's knowledge, and usually in a dishonorable way, making them look bad. Ooh, I heard that Samantha told the teacher what Sarah did. She did it behind her back. Sarah didn't know. So again, behind somebody's back. Let me give you an example sentence. Dennis went behind Bridget's back and texted his ex-girlfriend. Again, think about it. You can't see behind you, right? So someone is doing something without your knowledge, and usually it's a negative thing. Actually, always it's a negative thing. So Dennis went behind Bridget's back and he texted his ex-girlfriend. Well, he knew Bridget would have been extremely upset, so he did it without her knowledge, behind Bridget's back. Now, what about this example sentence? In the future, please don't go behind my back. If you need something, just come to me. Don't go to someone else behind my back without my knowledge, making me look bad. Again, this expression, I need you to try to understand it, and I want you to use it because this expression, we use it all the time. Now, here's the third example sentence. Claire went behind Amy's back and spoke to HR directly. Now imagine Amy was probably her boss and Claire should have went to her boss first. Or maybe Amy was her coworker that she had an issue with, and instead of speaking to Amy directly, she went to HR, human resources. So again, the sentence says Claire went behind Amy's back and spoke to HR directly. You see what's happening, right? So our fourth expression, behind somebody's back. Now our fifth expression is another good one. The fifth expression is to look up to somebody. Again, to look up to somebody. Now this just means to admire and respect someone. Again, to admire and respect someone. For example, yesterday, true story, I went to my niece's basketball practice / clinic. She was learning some basketball drills and I was watching her. Now, many people learning how to play basketball look up to NBA players. She loves to watch Curry. Curry has that nice three-point shot. She loves the way he dribbles. She looks up to Curry. She looks up to him because he plays very well. Now check out this example sentence. Kai looks up to his older brother Noah. Kai really admires his older brother. Next, we have the other teachers really look up to her. They really admire her. They look up to her. And finally, I tend to look up to successful people. Again, admire and respect them. You see, this expression is very easy. You can use it right now. Who do you look up to? You know what? Actually, in the comment section, let us know, who do you look up to? Let us know that person's name and maybe why you look up to that individual. So I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. I hope you start using these expressions so that you can sound like a native English speaker. Don't forget to go to www.dailyenglishLessons.com if you'd like to continue studying with me, and I'll talk to you in the next lesson. Let's jump right in. The first English expression is to look down on somebody. Good job. Again, after me. To look down on somebody. Excellent. Last time. To look down on somebody. Great job. Now, I'm helping you with your English pronunciation, but if you want to learn even more about English pronunciation and English in general, you can download my app, English with Tiffani. The link is right in the description. Now, what does this expression mean? It means to think of or treat someone or something, we normally speak about someone, as unimportant or unworthy of respect. Think about middle school students. Sometimes they don't respect their teachers. Sometimes they think that their teachers don't know anything. In these situations, you can say, middle school students sometimes look down on their teachers. Makes sense, right? Okay, here's an example sentence to help you learn how to use this in real life. I've looked down on Timothy ever since I learned he cheated the company. Prior to him cheating the company and stealing money from the company, I valued his opinion. I respected him. But after he cheated the company, I started looking down on him. I don't respect him anymore. Here's another example sentence. Scott has looked down upon me. Upon is okay. Upon me ever since the scandal took place last year. Prior to the scandal, Scott valued my opinion. But Scott has looked down upon me ever since the scandal took place last year. Makes sense, right? Good. Here's another example sentence. His fans look down on him now that they've learned it's all a lie. They respected him, but now they don't. His fans look down on him now that they've learned it's all a lie. Makes sense, right? Again, expression number one that you must know, to look down on somebody. Now, the second expression is just as important. After me, to frown upon something. Ooh, good job. Again, to frown upon something. Excellent. Last time, to frown upon something. Great job. Now, this just means to have or express an unfavorable opinion of. Again, to have or express an unfavorable opinion of. For example, I remember when I was in South Korea, right? My teacher, my friends and I, we were all teachers, right? And at the end of the day, we would, close everything out, cut the lights off, and we'd leave our institute, and it would be late at night. So I remember walking back to our apartment, and we saw a group of teenage boys, teenagers, maybe 15 or 16, and they were smoking. Now, we frown upon teenagers smoking because it's not good for their health, and they're too young. So we frown upon that activity. We don't think it's good. And my fellow teacher, my friend, she saw them smoking and she took off running and she chased them, yelling at them, saying, "Don't smoke." And she really did run. It was quite funny. But again, because we frown upon teenagers smoking. Makes sense, right? Again, we don't think it's a favorable thing to do. We have an unfavorable opinion of teenagers smoking. Now check out this example sentence. My building frowns upon smoking indoors. Makes sense. I spoke about teenagers smoking, but my building frowns upon smoking indoors. What about this example sentence? These days, most people frown upon not wearing a mask in public. We experienced the COVID pandemic, right? So everyone had to start wearing masks. So most people these days frown upon not wearing a mask in public. And finally, this example sentence. People have always frowned upon burping out loud, right? It seems a little bit rude. So again, people have always frowned upon, have an unfavorable opinion of burping out loud. Makes sense, right? The second expression, again, to frown upon something. Excellent. Now, the third expression is very important for you to understand and to know how to use it. The expression is to get away with something. Again, to get away with something. Good. Again, after me, to get away with something. Woo, excellent. Last time, to get away with something. Very good. Now, this just means to escape blame or punishment when you do something wrong. Again, to escape blame or punishment when you do something wrong. I remember when I was a counselor, I worked with some young people. They call it Pathfinders at my church. It's basically Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts for church, right? And we were working with the children and something happened. One of the children actually disrespected one of the counselors. She was an older lady and he disrespected her, but we didn't know for sure if he had done it or not. And his friends were saying he didn't do it. So he was getting away with what he did because no one knew for a fact if it was him or not. He was escaping punishment or blame. Now, in the end, he did admit it, but at the beginning, he was getting away with it. Makes sense, right? All right, here we go. Here's an example sentence. The popular kids seem to get away with everything. Again, the popular kids seem to escape blame or punishment. They get away with everything. Second, the youngest sibling gets away with more than the older siblings. I wasn't a bad kid, but yes, this is the belief. The youngest sibling gets away with more than the older siblings. My sister would say that. Here we go. The third sentence is, I can't believe we didn't get away with that. I thought it was a solid plan. All right. We didn't get away with it. I thought it was a solid plan. So again, the third expression is to get away with something. Now we have more expressions, but I want to let you know, I am teaching you expressions used in real life by native English speakers. So if you really want to learn more and start sounding like a native English speaker, I want to help you. I want to be your teacher moving forward. Go to EnglishFluencyPlan.com. www.EnglishFluencyPlan.com or hit the link in the description and you'll learn even more than you're learning right now. So here's the fourth expression. In all honesty. Good. Again, in all honesty. Excellent. Last time. In all honesty. Great job. Now, this just means we use it when we're saying something that might be disappointing or upsetting. Like, hey, in all honesty, like I need to be honest. I know this might not come out right. It might not sound good to you, but I need to be honest. So again, it's used when you are saying something that might be disappointing or upsetting. So let's check out some example sentences. Here we go. In all honesty, the real problem was me. In all honesty, it wasn't you. I know we blamed you, but when I thought about it over again, I realized it was me. In all honesty, the real problem was me. Makes sense, right? Here we go. Next example sentence. In all honesty, I wish it had never happened to begin with. I wish we had never gotten together. I wish this relationship right here, I wish it had never started. In all honesty, I know this might be uncomfortable for you. I wish it had never happened to begin with. You see what's happening, right? And again, this is an expression we use as native English speakers, and you want to sound like a native English speaker. Another example. In all honesty, I know you're not going to want to hear this, but in all honesty, you shouldn't date her. I know you're attracted to her. I know you like being around her, but in all honesty, as your friend, you shouldn't date her. Makes sense, right? Okay, here we go. The final expression number 5 is to tell the truth. Good. Again, to tell the truth. Excellent. Last time after me. To tell the truth. Great job. Now, this just means we use it actually to say that one is stating what one really thinks. So we use it when we want to say exactly what we are thinking. To tell the truth, to tell you the truth, both are okay. I want to tell you exactly what I'm thinking, what's on my mind. Here's an example sentence. Here we go. The example sentence that I want you to understand so that you can use it like a native English speaker. I didn't really like the movie, to tell you the truth. Imagine a situation, you go to the mall, then you go to the movies with your friends and you're watching this movie and your friends are like, man, this movie's amazing. You finish the movie and you walk out of the theater and everyone's like, woo, that was the best movie I have ever seen. I didn't really like the movie, to tell you the truth. You want to give your true heart. You want to tell what you're really thinking. Makes sense, right? Here we go. Another example sentence. To tell the truth, I couldn't hear a word he said. I don't know what he was saying. Even though it looked like I was listening, I don't know what he was talking about. To tell the truth. And finally, here we go. To tell the truth, I was afraid to see him. I was honestly afraid to meet my dad. I've been adopted, and then my dad came. Not my story, but to tell the truth, I was afraid to see him. Makes sense, right? Excellent. All right, so today you learned 5 new English expressions to help you sound like a native English speaker. Remember, if you want to keep studying with me, all you have to do is go to www.englishfluencyplan.com. The link is in the description. I can't wait to see you. Until next time, I'll talk to you later. Let's jump right in. The very first thing you must stop saying is, sorry, my pronunciation is not good. Sorry, my pronunciation is not good. Listen to me. You have to stop saying this right now. I've had thousands upon thousands of students that have said this to me. At the very first meeting, the very first class I had with each student, they would say, "Hi, teacher, sorry, my pronunciation is not good." This affects you. This actually tells your brain that you will never improve your pronunciation. Instead of saying, sorry, my pronunciation is not good, from today, I want you to start saying this. I really like the American accent. One day, I will also sound like an American. You caught it, right? It's a totally different feeling. Again, the first one that you're saying right now, sorry, my pronunciation is not good. It shows that you're a little bit insecure about your English, right? You don't feel confident. But the moment instead of saying this, you start saying, you know what? I really like the American accent, and one day I will also sound like an American. You literally are telling your brain, hey, we have a goal and we are going to achieve the goal. You're also telling the person listening to you, wow, you really like the American accent. You sound good right now, but I like that you have a goal to get better. The person listening to you will, instead of being understanding of your quote unquote weakness, they will be impressed with your desire to achieve this goal. So instead of saying, sorry, my pronunciation is not good, from today, starting now, I want you to say, I really like the American accent. One day I will also sound like an American. Feels good, doesn't it? All right, the second thing I want you to stop saying right now is, I'm sorry, my English is not good. I'm so sorry, my English is just not good. Listen, I know you've said it at least once and you're probably shaking your head right now, right? I want you to stop saying this right now. Don't say this anymore. Instead of saying, sorry, my English is not good, I want you to say this. I love speaking English. It's my second language. It's my third language. It's my fourth, my fifth, my sixth language. Instead of saying my English is not good, I want you to focus on the fact that you are so intelligent. Your brain is so amazing that you are able to learn another language. Think about that. Think about how awesome that is. You are learning an entirely different language. So stop saying, I'm sorry, my English is not good. And instead say, I love speaking English. It's my second, third, fourth, fifth language. Once again, 2 things will happen. The person listening to you, instead of pitying you, okay, your English isn't good, they will instead be extremely impressed. Wow, it's your second language, your third language, your fourth language? The second thing that will happen is your brain will again feel like, hey, we have a goal that we are in the process of achieving. Your brain will realize, hey, we should be confident in the fact that we are learning another language. So again, instead of saying, I'm sorry, my English is not good, starting right now, I want you to say, I love speaking English. It's my, insert the number, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth language. You got it? I know. Listen, I'm feeling good already for you. This lesson is to help you to be more confident in your ability to speak English. Here's the third thing, though, I need you to stop saying. English is too hard. I just can't do it. English is it's too hard. I'm not smart enough. It's too hard. I need you to stop saying that English is too hard. When you say that English is too hard, you're telling yourself that you cannot achieve your goal. So instead of saying English is too hard, this is what I want you to start saying. I love learning new things in English. I'm going to say that again. I love learning new things in English. You see, when you say English is too hard, it's when you're in the situation where you're learning so many things and you're having a hard time remembering them. Or you learn 10 things and then you realize there are 10 more things to learn and you feel overwhelmed. In that moment, I need you not to get discouraged. Instead of saying, English is just too hard, I want you to say this instead. I love learning new things in English. Be optimistic, and then your brain will expand. Okay, it's not too hard. Yes, we have a challenge, but we love learning new things. Change your perspective, change your mindset, and your English will improve every single day. So again, say, I love learning new things in English. Starting now, starting from today. You got it? All right. Now, the very next thing I need you to stop saying, number 4, I will never speak English like a native. I want you, yes, you, I'm speaking to you. Hey, I need you to stop saying this right now. Stop saying, I will never speak English like a native. And I'm going to tell you a story before I give you what I'd like you to say instead of this. I have tons of students, and I'm just going to pick out one student. When I first met this student, and I've talked about him before, Fred, I'm talking about you. When Fred first came to study with me, Fred, he's an amazing guy. And his first interaction with me, I could tell he was very nice, but I could also tell he was very shy. He did make mistakes. He didn't feel as confident in his English speaking skills. Fast forward. I told Fred, you can do it. You can achieve your English goals. You can speak English like a native. Just keep studying with me. You can do it. Fast forward, I kid you not. Fred right now can speak English like a native. Not only is he confident in his English skills, he does work with international companies, only speaking in English. He runs an English podcast. It's called Silvercast, right, Fred? You guys can find it on YouTube, Silvercast. Fred is doing all of this, and he's never ever been to America. He's never traveled to an American country, a country that speaks English as their native language. Fred now sounds like a native English speaker. So never think that it's impossible. Again, stop saying, I will never speak English like a native. Instead, I want you to say this. My goal is to speak English like a native. Once again, my goal is to speak English like a native. I believe you can do it, and I love watching my students achieve this goal. Now, if you want to study with me, the link is in the description. Go to www.speakenglishlikeanative.com. Very simple, right? But I want you to remember you can speak English like a native. So instead of saying, I will never, I want you to say, my goal is to speak English like a native. Give your brain this desire to speak English like a native. Your brain will work overtime to help you achieve the goal. You got it, right? Now, here's the next thing I need you to stop saying right now. Native English speakers speak too fast. Native English speakers speak too fast. Now, I'm chuckling because I get this message all the time from students. Tiff, I can understand you, but when I watch a movie or when I watch another YouTube video, I don't know what they're saying. How come I can understand you? Now, here's the thing. I'm your English teacher, right? So when I'm speaking to you right now during this lesson, I am speaking clearly. But at the end of every lesson, don't worry, it's coming, I give you a story time. Hey. And when I tell you a story, I speak at a normal pace, purposely. I speak fast. I speak at my normal pace. I use the words I would normally use with my friends, but yet you're still able to understand me. So many of you say, Tiff, my favorite part of your lesson, honestly, is the story time. But I speak fast during story time. How are you able to understand me? Because you've gotten used to me. Because you've allowed your brain to open up and say, hey, we're going to understand whatever Tiffani is saying. So you have to change what you're saying. So instead of saying native speakers, native English speakers speak too fast, I want you to say this. I would love to mimic the pace and cadence of native English speakers' speech. Man, I love the way native English speakers speak. One day I'm going to do the same. I want to mimic them. I want to copy them. I want to sound like them one day. So instead of it being a complaint, oh man, native English speakers speak too fast, now it becomes a goal to be achieved. Listen, I would love to mimic the pace and cadence of native English speakers' speech. You see what's happening, right? You're changing the way you're thinking. Instead of focusing on things you can't do, focusing on the negatives, now you're switching to be more optimistic, focusing on your goals. This will help you achieve each and every one of your English goals. Now, here's the next thing I need you to stop saying today. I can understand you, but I can't speak English well. I can understand you, but I can't speak English well. I'm pausing because I can't even count the number of times I have received this exact message from students. Tiffani, here's the deal. I can understand you, but I can't speak English well. My friend, I want you to stop saying this right now. Right now. Instead of saying this is what I want you to say. Woo! I love how clearly you speak. One day I will speak as clearly as you. You see the difference, right? Man, I love how clearly you speak. I can understand everything you say. Then instead of focusing on, but I can't do it, you say, hey, one day I will speak just like you. Again, you're giving yourself the opportunity to work towards a goal. Don't focus on your current quote unquote weakness. Focus on your future goal and working towards it. So again, instead of saying, hey, I can understand you, but I can't speak English well, I want you, starting right now, starting today, I want you to say, I love how clearly you speak. You know, one day, I will speak as clearly as you. Listen, my friend, when you change the words that you say, your life will change as well. So, the last thing I want you to know, the last thing I want you to stop saying is, I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Now, this happens all the time. Again, literally, I've taught English for years, over a decade. And I've had students, I'll ask them a question, hey, can you tell me about your day? And they'll start, yes, I went to work and then I had lunch with my friends. I say, okay, anything else? I don't have anything else to say. I don't know what else to say. And they just stop. What's happening is your brain is having a hard time organizing your thoughts in English, right? But instead of saying, I don't know what else to say, I don't know what to say, I want you to say this. Let me think about that for a moment. Totally different, right? Instead of saying, I don't know what to say, because the moment you say, I don't know, your brain says, okay, let me shut off. Okay, we don't have to work anymore. You don't need our help anymore. The brain shuts off. But when you say, instead of, I don't know what else to say, when you say, let me think about that for a moment, all of a sudden your brain goes into overdrive. Okay, they want to know more about what you said. Okay, well, tell them about your friend. Well, my friend, I've known her since elementary school. We're really close. All of a sudden, more information will come to your mind. So again, instead of saying, I don't know what else to say, I want you, starting today, starting now, I want you to say, let me think about that for a moment. And I want you to realize this. Native English speakers do the exact same thing. Right now, I'm teaching you something, right? I'm giving you some information about English and helping you improve your English by changing your mindset. But let me think for a moment. I just paused, but you were okay. Why? Because you were waiting for my answer. You were waiting for my next thought. It's totally okay to say, let me think for a moment. As you're thinking, the person will wait. This is what I want you to remember. Now, I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. Again, I want to encourage you, change your mindset and you will change your life and you will start improving your English. You can do it. I believe in you. Let's jump right in. Now, this month's topic, again, for you, you're my homie, is going to be adoption. I want to teach you in this lesson some new words, expressions, and idioms related to this topic of adoption, because I want you to be able to speak with confidence whenever this topic comes up. So let's get started with the very first one. This word is foster. Foster. And it just means to bring up a child that is not your own. Once again, in English, we say foster. Very good. Now, it's a little bit different from adoption. Yes, you're bringing up a child that is not your own, but you are not their legal parent, their legal guardian. You're just taking care of them for a period of time. I had a friend and her mom was actually a foster parent. So when we were in high school many years ago, I watched how she took care of the two boys. She was their foster parent for a short period of time. So fostering a child is very common in America. Maybe it's common in your country as well. Again, to foster a child just means that you're bringing up that child like it's your own for a period of time. Now check out this example sentence, sentence number 1. As a foster parent, you have the opportunity to make a positive impact on a child's life. This is so true, because when you are showing that child that you did not give birth to, that you actually care about him or her, it will have a positive impact on their life. Here we go. As a foster parent, you have the opportunity to make a positive impact on a child's life. Let's check out the second example sentence. Fostering a child can be a rewarding and life-changing experience. So true. Again, fostering a child can be a rewarding and life-changing experience. Now check out this third example sentence, and then we're going to go a little bit deeper, and I'm going to help you with the pronunciation. And because you're my homie, I'm going to really help you see how you can use this in real life. We're going to go over some practical application. So here's the third example sentence. My friend said that she wants to foster a child next year. Once again, my friend said that she wants to foster a child next year. Makes sense, right? Okay, so once again, you understand this word foster, to bring up a child that is not your own. But I want to help you with the pronunciation. So let's dive just a little deeper. Here we go. So again, we have the word foster. Foster, all right? Foster. Now that first letter, again, we're talking about the pronunciation. This first letter, the F sound, I want you to pay very close attention. In order for you to make the F sound properly, what you need to do is put your front teeth on your bottom lip. So again, F. Good. Again, F. Excellent. So when we say the entire word, once again, it is foster. Good. Last time after me, foster. Great job. Now, this is what we are going to do. I want to help you use this word in real life. So let's go up, and what we're going to do is, again, we have the word foster, right? We understand how to pronounce it properly. Now I want you to think about your day. 3 parts. Morning. Let's write this down together. Here we go. Morning. And I want you to actually take notes. Remember, you're my homie now. You're getting the deep lesson on YouTube. Here we go. Morning, afternoon, and then we're going to write evening. All right. Again, practical application, how you can use this word in real life. So I'll do it for you, and then I want you to kind of write your own example sentences, all right? The morning. How can I use this word foster to speak about a morning routine or something that happens in the morning? Well, what about this example sentence? The mother decided to give her foster child breakfast. You see it, right? You eat breakfast, right? So think about it. The mother decided to give, let's do this, decided, making sure you're following along, to give the foster child breakfast, all right? Foster child breakfast. Now what's happening is you understand the meaning of the word. You understand how to pronounce it. But now we're creating different pockets in your brain where you can connect it to an actual activity. All right. Now, what about the afternoon? Think about the afternoon. Well, maybe you have to go to work, right? Maybe you work from home, or maybe you actually work in an office building. Well, if you were a foster parent, what would happen in the afternoon? You'd probably need to pick up your foster child from school. You see what's happening, right? Practical application, all right? She, or let's say he, needs to pick up his foster child from school. To pick up his foster child from school. Now remember, I want you to be writing these things down, helping you use this word in real life. From school. Remember, we have morning, now afternoon, and finally we're going to look at the evening, this time period. How can we speak about the evening using this word? Well, we just said again, he picked up his foster child from school. What do you normally do in the evening? You can go ahead and respond. Yes. Okay, good. What about eating dinner? Right? Maybe you actually said that. Eating dinner. So how can we use foster in a sentence to speak about eating dinner? Let's try this right here. The foster child loved eating dinner with them. Loved eating dinner with them. You see what happened, right? Again, practical application. We know the word, we know how to pronounce it, and now we've applied it to the morning, the afternoon, and the evening, right? Again, you're a homie, so you're getting a deeper lesson now. All right, good. So once again, you understand this word, foster. foster. But what about this next one? This one is also very important. Open adoption. Open adoption. Now, this just means an adoption that allows for continued connection or communication with the biological parents and adoptive child. So in this situation, remember, we're talking about adoption. In an open adoption, let's say, for example, I had 2 children, right? My husband and I, we decided to have kids and we have 2 children. But then we decide we want one more child. But instead of having our own child from my body, we want to adopt a child. So we adopt a little baby boy. So cute. He was born to a young mother. And we know the importance of having connection with your biological family. So my husband and I, we decide, you know what? We want this baby boy to know that his biological mother still loves him. Let's have an open adoption. Again, allowing for continued connection or communication with the biological parents and the adoptive child. So this baby boy that we're going to adopt, we want him to also have a strong relationship with his biological mom. That is an open adoption. Makes sense, right? Okay, let's check out some example sentences. Here we go. Sentence number 1. Many people choose open adoption as a way to provide their children with a deeper understanding of their cultural background. Makes sense, right? Sentence number 2. I believe that open adoption can provide birth parents with a sense of peace and closure. It makes them feel a bit better because there's still that connection. Finally, sentence 3. The judge said that open adoption would be the best situation for the child. Once again, the judge said that open adoption would be the best situation for the child. Makes sense, right? Okay, let's dive into this pronunciation just a bit more. Here we go. Again, we have this one right here. Again, we have open adoption. Let's take that mark off. All right, we have open adoption. Again, you understand the meaning of open adoption, where the biological parents are still able to have a connection with the child that they gave up for adoption. All right. So open adoption, adoption. I want us to take a closer look at this part right here. P-T-I-O-N. We have open adoption. Pshun. You hear that, right? Pshun. Now, this P, right? P. Let's talk about the P sound first. P. Top and bottom lip come together. P. And push air out. So, again, top and bottom lip coming together. And then you're pushing air out. P. Excellent. Now, this T-I-O-N, even though there's a T at the beginning of this 4-letter set, it's actually the SH sound that you'll hear. So, T-I-O-N is shun. Shun. Yes, very good. Again, shun. Good. Kind of shh, shh, shh. I want you to think about telling people to shh. Think about when you're in a class, right? And the teacher says shh, right? So we have p, p, the P sound. Then the T-I-O-N sound is shun. Excellent. So the entire expression after me. Open adoption. Excellent. Last time after me. Open adoption. Great job. Now, let's get into some practical application. Speaking about open adoption. So, for this one, this is what I want you to think about. I want you to think about, maybe right now, if you're married, that's fine. If you're not married, that's also okay. I want you to think about something that will happen in the future. I want you to think about possibly adopting a child. First, think about Is it going to be a boy or a girl? So I want you to select. Is it going to be a boy or a girl? You've chosen? All right, good. I'm going to choose a baby boy. All right. So now you've chosen whether it's going to be a boy or a girl. Now we're speaking about the future. I want you to form a sentence. Again, right now, practical life application. If you, with your spouse in the future, decide to adopt a baby boy or a baby girl or a little boy or a little girl, how would you speak about this decision? For example, practical application for me. I want to ask my husband if he is okay with an open adoption. You see how I made that sentence? Again, I'll write it down. I want to ask my husband if he is okay with an open adoption. Let's bring it up. If he is okay with an open adoption. All right. Now I can write another sentence right after that or right before it and include the fact that we want a baby boy, right? Or you can say a baby girl. But again, practical life application. I want you to think about your personal decision, right? Would you want to actually adopt a baby boy or a baby girl? I could say, I really want to adopt a baby boy, but I want to ask my husband if he is okay with an open adoption. You see how I combine those two? Again, practical life application. Think about what you would want to do. In English, open adoption, an adoption that allows for a continued connection or communication with the biological parents and adoptive child. You got it, homie? I know you got it, homie. I love it. I love it. All right, here we go. Let's move on to number 3. Another important one. Again, talking about adoption. In one's blood. In one's blood. Now, this just means a fundamental. Something is a fundamental part of who that person is and something that is ingrained in that person's family. Again, a fundamental part of who that person is and something that is ingrained in that person's family. For example, I am an early bird. That is in my blood. Think about it. I wake up early. Just today, yes, today, I woke up at 3 a.m. I had worship, talked to God, read my Bible. Then I went to exercise with a personal trainer. Then I came back and had breakfast. I do a lot in the morning. I love waking up early and I really feel energized in the morning. In the evening, I go to bed very early, around 8 o'clock. I am an early bird. This is in my blood. My dad wakes up early. My mom wakes up early. My sister wakes up early. One of my nieces wakes up early. It's in our blood. You caught it, right? Excellent. All right, check out this example sentence. Even though he was adopted, the desire to create and perform was in his blood. This happens a lot. A child will get adopted, and even though they live with their adoptive parents, they still have different characteristics, different personality types that match their biological parents. It's in their blood. You got it? Excellent. Here's the second example sentence. His foster parents realized that cooking was in his blood. He loved it. He was a natural at cooking. And sentence number 3. Her biological parents owned an art gallery. So art was in her blood. It came naturally to her, right? It was very easy for her to draw a picture, paint a painting, or recognize very talented artists. It was in her blood. Make sense? All right, good. Now let's check out the pronunciation. I want to make sure you're pronouncing this properly. So again, remember, we have in one's blood. So in one's blood. All right. Now, what I want to help you with is the B sound. The B sound first. So let's start with the B sound, all right? So in order to make the B sound properly, you're not only going to put your lips together, you're going to bring them in, all right? So I want you to bring your lips in. That's right. All right, bring your lips in, and then you're going to push them out. That's right. You're going to push them out, okay? So you bring them in and then push out. So after me, Woo, good job. Again, Excellent. All right. So that's the B sound. Now I want to help you with the L sound. The L sound. Sometimes the L sound can be a little bit tricky for English learners. All right. So for the L sound, the main thing I want you to remember is that your tongue needs to touch the roof of your mouth. That's right. That's the key. So after me, L. Good. Last time, L. Excellent. All right. So now what we have is B and L. Together, blah. I know it can be tricky. Again, blah. Good. Lips together, bring them in, push them out, and then your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Last time after me, blah. Excellent. Now, the entire expression, here we go. After me, in one's blood. Excellent. Last time. In one's blood. Great job. Now, I want right now, we're talking about practical application, all right? So, right now, I want you to think about two things that your family members all do. Think about two things that your family members all do. Something that is similar. Maybe your sister or your brother, or maybe your mom and dad. Everybody does the same thing, all right? So, speaking about my family, all right? Let's see, my sister, all right, and me. Here we go. My family. Cooking. We like cooking. Waking up early. Again, I want you to think about your family, all right? Two things that are common. Something that your mother, your father, your sister, brother, everyone does, all right? Now, make a sentence using in one's blood, speaking about that characteristic or both characteristics, all right? Here we go. Again, using mine. Cooking is in my blood. Cooking is in my blood. Again, when I say that, those listening to me, native English speakers understand, her family members also cook very well, right? Last, I could say, waking up early is in my blood. Waking up early is in my blood. Makes sense, right? Again, when you adopt a child, right, you're not their biological parent, but there are some things that you teach them as they grow up with you and they live with you. However, they do get things from their biological parents. It's in their blood. Make sense? Woo, homie, you got it. You got it. You are so intelligent. I really hope you enjoyed this first lesson. Don't forget to review, look over your notes. Practical application is so important. Try to use the 3 things you learned today, and I can't wait to see you, homie, in the next members only video. Have an awesome day. Let's jump right in. Expression number 1, cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. After me, cut to the chase. Excellent. Now, this just means to get to the main point or important information quickly and directly. Just like I did with this lesson. I said who I was. I said what I was going to teach you, and we jumped right in. We cut to the chase. You got it, right? Excellent, excellent. Now, Here's an example sentence that will help you understand how to use this expression in real life. Here we go. Can you please cut to the chase and tell me what happened exactly? Can you please get to the main point? Tell me the most important information. Tell me what happened exactly. You got it? Excellent. Here's the second example sentence. Let's cut to the chase and discuss more important issues. Let's discuss the most important issues. You see, again, directly getting to the most important information. Once again, let's cut to the chase and discuss the most important issues. You got it? Good. Here's the next one. I don't have much time, so can you cut to the chase and give me the key points? Hey, I'm a little busy, so can you just give me the main point or the most important information? Can you cut to the chase? You got it? Excellent, excellent. So again, this is the first English expression that you must master. Cut to the chase. Now, one thing I want to let you know is that after you learn these expressions, you need to practice using them. So what I've done for you is in my app, that's right, the English with Tiffani app, you can download it right now. All you have to do is click the link in the description. When you download the app and open it, you'll see weekly English fluency lessons with Teacher Tiffani. These lessons are connected to my YouTube lessons. So you can go right to the app after this lesson and practice what you are learning. You'll even find the video within the app. This is going to help you so much because as you're learning, you need to also practice. So you'll find tons of practice lessons connected to this lesson that will help you master these expressions. So once again, download the app by clicking the link in the description. English with Tiffani. You got it? All right, let's keep going to number 2. All right, expression number 2. Keep someone in the loop. Keep someone in the loop. After me, keep someone in the loop. Excellent. Now, this just means to inform someone and keep them updated about a situation or project. Hey, this person might have missed the meeting, or hey, this person might not have heard the new information. Don't worry, I'll tell them. Don't worry, I'll give them the information. I will keep them in the loop. Once again, to inform someone and keep them updated about a situation or project. Makes sense, right? Hey, I heard that there's going to be a birthday party for Samantha. Please keep me in the loop as new information about the party comes up. Please keep me up to date. Keep me in the loop. You got it? All right, good. Here's an example sentence. Please keep me in the loop about any changes to the new schedule. Please keep me in the loop about any changes to the new schedule. Next, we have sentence 2. It's important to keep everyone in the loop so that we're all on the same page. We all are aware of the same information. We're all moving in the same direction. It's important to keep everyone in the loop so that we're all on the same page. You got it? Good. Here we go. Finally, I'll keep you in the loop as we make progress on the project. One more time. I'll keep you in the loop as we make progress on the project. You got it? Excellent. So again, expression number 2 that you need to master and practice after this lesson using the app is keep someone in the loop. All right. Expression number 3 that you need to master is break the ice. Break the ice. All right. Break the ice. Now, this is something that is also very important. Break the ice. After me, break the ice. Very good. Now, this just means to initiate a conversation or interaction in order to make people feel more comfortable. Once again, to initiate a conversation or interaction in order to make people feel more comfortable. So, I'm your English teacher, right? I love helping you speak English fluently. I love helping you learn new words, expressions, and different ways to think in English. But when I worked in South Korea, I was more of an in-person teacher, not virtual, right? And I remember the first day of class was always the most uncomfortable for students at the beginning. They'd walk into class not knowing each other. They'd sit down, they'd have their books open, or they'd have their cell phones and they'd kind of be scrolling through their cell phones. One would come in, 2, 3, 4, 10, 15 students sitting in class quietly. At that moment, I knew I had to break the ice to make the students feel comfortable. So usually on the first day, we'd have some sort of activity to make the students feel more comfortable. I had to break the ice, initiating conversations or initiating activities. Make sense? All right, good. Here's the first example sentence. Let's break the ice and introduce ourselves. You got it? All right, here we go. The second one. I always find it hard to break the ice with new people. It's a little bit challenging, a little bit tricky. And finally, he told a joke to break the ice and lighten the mood. Everyone was a little bit nervous or uncomfortable in the environment until he broke the ice by telling the joke. Make sense? All right, excellent. So again, break the ice. Now it's time to practice after this lesson, all right? Expression number 4, get the hang of. Get the hang of. After me, get the hang of. Excellent. Now stay till the end because for story time, I'm going to tell you a story using this expression and talking about my niece. All right, so here we go. Don't miss the story. The meaning of this expression, to understand or become familiar with something. Again, to understand or become familiar with something. For example, I know how to play tennis, right? I learned back when I was in college and, it's kind of an easy game to learn how to play, right? But I learned the rules when I was in college. But my friend, maybe 3 years ago, told me about a game called pickleball. Maybe you've heard of it, pickleball. And it uses a racket that kind of looks like a ping pong paddle and a tennis paddle had a baby. It's a smaller paddle than a tennis racket, but it's not as small as a ping pong paddle. But the shape. So anyways, he was explaining to me how to play pickleball, the different rules and how to use the paddle. After a while, I got the hang of it. It started making sense. I was able to understand. You got it? Excellent. I got the hang of pickleball. All right, so here's the first example sentence. It took me a while to get the hang of using this new computer. It took me a while, but I got it. Next, once you get the hang of it, this game is really fun. You got it? And finally, she's still trying to get the hang of driving an electric car. You got it? Excellent. In English, we say get the hang of. Again, master this expression so that you can sound like a native English speaker. And now we have English expression number 5. Get a taste of your own medicine. After me. Get a taste of your own medicine. Good, excellent. Now, this just means to experience the same negative treatment or behavior that one has given to others. Once again, to experience the same negative treatment or behavior that one has given to others. So imagine you're at a store and the cashier, you walk up to pay for your item, but the cashier is extremely rude extremely unkind, snatching your money and not looking at you in the eye, very rude. You walk away, and 5 minutes later, that same cashier is called to the back. Her boss says, "Oh, you want to be rude to customers?" And the boss proceeds to treat her in a way that blows her mind, in a bad way. Cursing at her, speaking negatively to her, disrespecting her, being rude to her. She's getting a taste of her own medicine. A very extreme case of being rude to people and then someone else being rude to you. You're feeling the exact same feeling that others felt when you did it to them. Makes sense, right? Get a taste of your own medicine. And this is always used for negative things. So here are some example sentences. After years of being rude to her coworkers, she finally got a taste of her own medicine. Similar to the example I gave, right? Check out this other example sentence. He's always been a bully, but now that he's on the receiving end, he's getting a taste of his own medicine. Someone else is bullying him. And finally, the company's unethical practices came back to haunt them when they got a taste of their own medicine. Makes sense, right? Again, getting a taste of your own medicine. You've done something negative to someone, and now that same thing is being done to you. In English, we say, get a taste of your own medicine. Now, these 5 English expressions, if you master them, you will sound more like a native English speaker. You'll speak English more fluently. So now it's time for you to practice what you've learned. Don't forget to go to the app English with Tiffani. Practice what you learned today, and I guarantee your English will improve. I hope you enjoyed the lesson. I'll talk to you in the next one. Let's jump right in. All right, here is the first slang that I want to teach you. Ghost. That's right, again, ghost. Now, you probably already know this word, ghost, right? But when we say ghost or ghosting as a slang term, it literally means to disappear or stop communicating suddenly. This is a very popular term. You can start using it right now. I want you to imagine this, right? Just an example. So I'm dating this guy, right? And we text back and forth every day. Oh, how was your day? And he's asking me, oh, Tiffani, what did you eat for lunch today? And we text quite often. But all of a sudden, he starts getting on my nerves. I really don't want to talk to him anymore. I kind of want to break up with him. But instead of me calling him and saying, hey, I'm sorry, Brian, I think we're going to have to end our relationship, I just stop responding to his text messages. When my phone dings, ding, shoot, it's Brian. I act like I didn't see the message. When he calls me, swipe, ending the call. I am ghosting him. Makes sense? Now, don't worry, your teacher, I'm not like that. But I wanted to make sure you understood this term of ghosting. Maybe you have ghosted someone before, or maybe someone has ghosted you. Makes sense, right? All right, here are some example sentences using this slang term. Here's the first one. He ghosted me after our first date. I don't know what happened. You got it? He ghosted me after our first date. I don't know what happened. Next, sentence number 2, example 2. I asked him for his number, but he just ghosted me. I asked him for his number, but when I text him, he doesn't respond. He just ghosts me. You got it? Excellent. All right. Third, she's been ghosting us all week. I hope everything is okay. Notice it's not just in a relationship as far as boyfriend and girlfriend. Your friends can ghost you. Maybe they are mad at you, or maybe something happened and they're just not wanting to talk about it. ghost someone. You got it? Yes, excellent. All right, so the first slang term is ghost. Now this next one, before I teach you this next one, as you're learning these terms, it's going to be very important for you to practice what you're learning. So I want to make sure you remember after this lesson, as soon as this lesson ends, I want you to go to your phone and open the English with Tiffani app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, why? All you have to do is go to your phone and download English with Tiffani. If you're watching this now, the link is right underneath the video. But open the English with Tiffani app and you'll see the courses, Weekly English Fluency Lessons with Teacher Tiffani. And you'll find today's lesson and you'll be able to practice, seeing if you remember the definitions, seeing if you can create example sentences, and so much more. So get the app, download it if you haven't already downloaded it, and start practicing right after this lesson. Again, the link for the exact lesson is right below this video. So let's go to the second one. Here we go. The second slang term is squad. Oh yeah, again, squad. Good. Now squad, this just refers to a group of friends or associates. It's very simple. So your homies, your friends, your squad, the people that you hang with, the people that you are always around, my squad. Notice if you're watching, my body language kind of changed, right? Oh, this is my squad. These are my people. These are my homies. This is my squad. You got it, right? So maybe you have your squad. Maybe when you were back in grade school, high school, college, or even grad school, you had a group of friends that you always hung around. They were your squad. You got it? Excellent. Now check out this example sentence. Here we go. The first one. My squad and I are planning a weekend trip next month. You see how simple that was? My squad and I, my homies and I, my friends and I, my friend group, my squad and I are planning a weekend trip next month. What about this example sentence? She always hangs out with her squad at the mall on weekends. Yeah, she enjoys going to the mall on the weekends with her squad, with her friends. You got it? All right, check out this example sentence. I can always count on my squad to have my back. Now, this is very true. My squad, my friends, I can count on them. Can you count on your squad? I'm sure you can. So again, we have squad. I can always count on my squad to have my back. You got it? All right, again, I want you to try to use these terms starting today. This is how you actually put things into practice. Start using them as soon as you learn them. Now, the third slang term is salty. This is another good one. I'm teaching you these slang terms because literally right now they are being used on a regular basis by native English speakers, including your teacher. Salty. That's the third one. It just means feeling upset or bitter about something. Feeling upset or bitter about something. For example, I remember one situation. There was a squad, right? I was friends with them, but they were a squad. And two of the friends were going on a trip, but they had not told the other friend. So when the other friend found out that the two other friends were going by themselves, she got a little bit salty. Oh, so now you guys travel without me. Okay. All right. So we're not all a squad now. You guys just go alone without me. No, I'm totally fine. Yeah, nope. Go ahead. I don't need you guys either. You could tell by the look on her face that she was salty, a little upset, a little bitter, like, I thought we were friends. Salty. You got it? All right, don't worry. They're friends now. Everything's fine. Here's the example sentence. The first one. He's so salty that he didn't get the promotion instead of me. I got the promotion he wanted, so now he's salty. He's a little upset. He doesn't want to talk to me. He walks past me very quickly in the office now. He's a little salty. All right. Next, we have, she got salty when I beat her at the game. We were playing basketball and I shot the last shot and I made it, and she got salty when I beat her at the game. And finally, this one. I was a little salty when they canceled our concert tickets. I'm not going to lie. I was a little salty. I was a little upset when they canceled our concert tickets. You got it? Excellent. Again, salty, it just means a little upset. Let me give you another practical example. If you're married, right? I'll give this for the guys. Maybe you can say, my wife was a little salty when I forgot to bring home the flowers. For the women, you could say, my husband was a little bit salty when I told him I was going out with the girls instead of staying home. Salty. You got it? Excellent. All right, let's go to the fourth one. The fourth slang term that you can use starting today. TBT. Yes, TBT. Now, this is one that we use mainly when we are texting or online, like for social media. I'll explain. TBT stands for Throwback Thursday, sharing old photos or memories on social media. So let's say, for example, we have TBT, like previous boyfriends, right? Or old hairstyles, right? Or old clothing. My friend posted a picture of things we used to wear back in the 90s when we were in high school. Wow. The styles have changed, but we thought we were cute. And of course we were. But TBT, Throwback Thursday. So now when you go online, social media like Instagram or even TikTok or Facebook, and you see someone put TBT and then an old picture, now you'll know what they're referring to. Oh, this is a Throwback Thursday moment. They're reminiscing or thinking about something from the past. You got it? Excellent. All right, here's the first example sentence. Can't believe how young we look in this TBT photo, in this Throwback Thursday photo. You got it. Someone would text you, girl, did you see the TBT photo? We look so young. Did you see the Throwback Thursday photo? You got it. All right. Check out this example sentence. I'm posting a TBT of our family vacation from years ago. Throwback. Now, throwback, you can say that out loud. Throwback just means something from the past. All right. And what about this example sentence right here? You know, she posted a TBT of her graduation day and got so many likes. When she posted that picture on Facebook, that TBT photo of when she graduated from high school, so many people liked it. TBT, Throwback Thursday. You got it? Excellent. All right. So what about the fifth slang term that you can start using right now? T. Yes. T-E-A. Again, T. Now, I'm chuckling because this actually happened in my English class this past week. So it just means gossip or juicy information. Actually, I'll tell you the story for story time. Don't go anywhere. At the very end, I'll tell you the story. So tea just refers to some gossip, right? Like, ooh, spill the tea. Ooh, what's the gossip? Ooh, tell me what happened. Tell me the gossip. Spill the tea. Now, the easiest way for you to remember this is think about a group of women sitting together. Just a situation, an example. And they're drinking some tea, right? Just talking. And they say, girl, how have you been? What's been going on? As they're drinking their tea. That's kind of where the term comes from. Spill the tea. Tell me what's happening. Tell me the gossip. You got it? All right, check out this first example sentence. Have you heard the tea about what really happened at the party? Have you heard what happened? Tell me the tea. You got it? All right, check out this other example sentence. She always knows the latest tea on all our friends. She always knows the latest gossip, the latest information. The tea. And finally, this one right here. Tell me the tea about what's going on with her and with him. Again, tell me the tea about what's going on with her and him. Spill the information. What's the gossip? You got it? Yes, in English we say tea. All right, excellent. Now, again, these 5 slang terms, you can start using them right now. We use them in real life on a regular basis as Americans, so you can start using them as well. Don't forget to go to the app right now, English with Tiffani, so that you can practice what you just learned, matching the definitions with the correct term, making the sentences, and so much more. All right, I hope you enjoyed today's lesson, and I will talk to you in the next one. Let's jump right in. The very first one I'm going to teach you is salty. You got it right. After me again, salty. Excellent. Now, this is an expression and also kind of a slang term. It just means feeling bitter or angry about something. Now, you've probably heard salty when you want to put something on your food, right? And you say, oh, that's a little bit too salty. We're not speaking about flavor. We're actually speaking about a person's feelings. Again, feeling bitter or angry about something. Let me give you an example. I want you to imagine this situation. You are in a group of friends. There are 3 of you, right? And one of the friends buys a gift for your other friend, but not for you. How would you feel in that situation? I wonder why she didn't get me a gift. You start thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe she's closer to her, and well, wait a minute, maybe she doesn't like me as a friend. All of a sudden, you start to feel a little bit bitter or a little bit angry. You start to become salty. You got it. Yes, excellent. All right, so I want us to check out 3 example sentences using this expression so that you can start using it in real life. Here we go. Sentence number 1. He got so salty when we beat him at basketball. That last shot we made, he was like, nah, nope, you guys cheated. All of a sudden, he got salty. He got so salty when we beat him at basketball. It's making sense, isn't it? Good. Here we go. Sentence number 2. Sentence number 2. Don't be salty about not getting the job. There will be other opportunities. So you see, we can use this expression in many different situations. Someone didn't get a job and they're sad. They're a little bit upset. Someone else got it and they didn't get it. In this situation, we can say to that person, hey, don't be salty about not getting the job. There will be other opportunities. Make sense? All right, sentence number 2 using this expression, this term. She was a bit salty after her breakup. When she broke up with her boyfriend, she was a little bit bitter, a little bit angry. She was a bit salty after her breakup. Makes sense, right? You're understanding how we use this term. Again, salty. Very good. Now we're going to move on to number 2, but don't forget, download the English with Tiffani app because you can go to the practice sessions, the practice lessons that are attached to today's lesson. So you don't want to miss out. There's so much practice for you to make sure you're understanding everything we're talking about. All right, here we go. Number 2. This is another good one. It's slang. It's something that is used commonly, though, by native English speakers. Many of the younger generation uses it, but I also use it at times, depending on who I'm speaking with. Number 2 is straight fire. Yep, you heard me right. Again, after me, straight fire. Excellent. Now, these are 2 words you have probably heard used independently. But straight fire, when they put these 2 words together, what do they mean? It means something that is really good or cool. Yeah, something that's really good or cool. For example, I've told you many times that my mother, is an amazing cook. She really cooks well. And I'm not just being biased because I'm her daughter. Other people agree. So for Thanksgiving, unfortunately, we weren't able to spend it together because my parents were a bit under the weather. They were quite sick. Now they're good. So after that, 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, we all got together and my mom cooked an amazing meal. She made vegan lasagna, she made string beans, corn, so many different things. And as I was eating the food, I said, man, this food is straight fire. This food is so good. Makes sense, right? All right, here we go. Sentence number 1. Let's look at some example sentences using this expression. Sentence number 1. His new song is straight fire. His new song is amazing. His new song is so good. His new song is straight fire. Again, we're talking about these expressions that native English speakers use in real life. And now when you hear them, you'll understand what's being said. And you also can pick times when you want to use them as well. So again, straight fire. Next, I was tempted to sing a song at that moment, but a song didn't come to my mind fast enough. Don't worry, if it does, I'll sing for you later on. Here we go. Sentence number 2. This pizza is straight fire. Let's order another one. This is so good. We have to get another one. This pizza is straight fire. Let's order another one. And next, sentence number 3. Her outfit is straight fire. Where did she get it? Woo, that outfit is nice. Her outfit is straight fire. You got it? Excellent. All right, so again, number 2 is straight fire. Let's move on to expression number 3. Again, expressions you can start using in real life. Number 3 is sus. I know you're probably looking at the screen, or if you're listening to me, you're probably pausing like, I've never heard this one, Tiffani. Again, after me, sus. Excellent. Now, this just means suspicious or shady. Something that you're not really sure about. Something seems a little strange. It's literally the shortened form of suspicious or suspect. Something that you're not necessarily sure about, you're questioning. We say sus. Now, this is slang. You would not use it in a business meeting. However, you'll see it used on television programs. You'll hear it when you listen to people on podcasts sometimes. And you'll probably hear it when looking at your phone at different videos on TikTok or Instagram or whatever social media platform you use. Sus will probably come out. So here are some examples that show you how to use this word. That guy hanging around seems kind of sus. One more time. That guy hanging around seems kind of sus. Something about that guy is a little bit shady. I'm not really sure about him. Something about him seems a little bit suspicious. That guy hanging around seems kind of sus. You got it, right? Excellent. All right, here we go. Sentence number 2. I don't trust that website. It looks sus. Something about it doesn't look good. It's suspicious. And sentence number 3. Her story seems a bit sus to me. Not really sure if I can believe what she's saying. Her story seems a bit sus to me. Now, again, this is a term and expression that more of the younger generation uses on a regular basis, but it's important for you to know what it means. If you choose to use it, go for it. That's what it's all about, using these things in real life. But at least I want you to know what it means if you hear it. All right? Make sense? Here we go. Let's move on to expression number 4. Another very important one for you to know. All right? Number 4, snitch. Good. Again, after me, snitch. Excellent. Now, this just refers to someone who tells on others or gives information to authorities. They tell the authorities, hey, she's the one that did it. She's the one. Or hey, He's the one. He's the one. Snitch, a person who tells on others or gives information to the authorities, FBI, police, teacher. Again, if you have a classroom of students, the teacher walks out the classroom and all the students start talking, maybe acting up, and maybe something falls on the ground and breaks. And the students say, hey, don't tell the teacher. Everyone just stay quiet. Teacher walks back in the room, sees the broken glass on the floor and says, who did it? Teacher, Brandon's the one that did it. A snitch, the person who told on Brandon. Makes sense? All right, here we go. Example sentence number 1. We called him a snitch because he always tells the teacher when we talk in class. Number 2. Don't be a snitch. Keep our plans a secret. Don't tell anybody. And sentence number 3. I can't believe she snitched on me. Makes sense? Excellent. Now, this is a word you can start using today. It's a very good expression that we use, okay? Number 5, expression number 5. Remember, all these expressions will help you start speaking English in real life, in your daily life. Number 5 is shook. Good. Again, after me, shook. Excellent. Now, this just means feeling surprised or frightened. Surprised or frightened. Taken me aback. Oh man, I wasn't expecting that. I was shook. So, let's say for example, when I was in South Korea, don't worry, story time is coming, but I'll tell you this short story. We used to go to the karaoke place all the time. We loved it, right? I enjoyed singing. My friends and I would sing, dance around. We'd have a good time. One of our friends came with us. I had never heard her sing before. Sweet girl, right? So we get to the karaoke place. I thought she was a quiet person. My friends, the other friends, actually knew that she could sing. I was the only one that didn't know. So they give her the mic and I'm like, oh, this is going to be real sweet. She starts singing like Whitney Houston and I was shook. I was sitting there in awe. How did that voice come out of that little body? I was shook. I was surprised. You caught it, right? Excellent. All right, here we go. Sentence number 1. I was shook when I found out she was moving away. Surprised. Sentence number 2. That movie was so intense, it left me shook. And sentence number 3. He was shook when he saw the size of the spider on his wall. Makes sense. Surprised or frightened. We say shook. Excellent. All right, here we go. Number 6. Snappy. Good. Excellent. Again, after me. Snappy. Great job. Now, this expression, it just means someone who has a quick wit or sharp comebacks. Again, someone who has a quick wit or sharp comebacks. So snappy, let's say for example, you have a group of people, 4 individuals sitting together. And one individual, his name is Mark. And another individual, her name is Samantha. And Mark makes a comment about Samantha's outfit. Mark says, oh, I see you're wearing your brown sweater today. Samantha says, why? Do you not like it? Whoa, Mark says, you're a little bit snappy today. You caught it? He made a comment about her sweater and she immediately responded. Why, you don't like it? Something wrong with it? Remember, snappy means quick wit or sharp comebacks. You come back very quickly and usually in a negative way. Okay, now these 3 example sentences are going to help you understand how and when to use this expression like a native English speaker. So here we go. The first example sentence that will help you is this. She's so snappy, she always has a clever reply. Next, number 2. If you can't keep up with his snappy jokes, he'll leave you behind. He's telling quick jokes, and if you can't keep up, he's going to keep it moving. He's going to leave you in the dust. And number 3, The comedian's snappy one-liners had the audience in stitches, had them laughing so hard because he was very quick with his statements. So snappy can also be used when someone is telling jokes. That's why the first part of the definition is someone who has a quick wit, quick humor, able to think on the fly. Something happens and they make a joke very quickly. We say snappy. Make sense? All right, excellent. All right, don't forget to practice in the app. All right, number seven, screaming. Yeah, that's right. Again, after me, screaming. Excellent. Now, you already know the word scream, the verb, right? You scream when something happens. But this is used in a different way. Let me explain. It just means laughing really hard. We say, I am screaming. It means I'm laughing really hard. One of my friends, right? I have many good friends. One of my friends, when we get together, we laugh so hard. We have a similar sense of humor and things will be funny and we will laugh to the point where we can't breathe. We're crying, we're falling on the ground, and we usually say, girl, you got me screaming. And we're talking about laughing really hard. Make sense? All right, check out these example sentences. That meme had me screaming. That meme was extremely funny and it made me laugh really hard. Make sense? All right, here we go. Number 2, his improv performance was so funny. I was screaming with laughter. Yep, you got it. And sentence number 3. We were screaming when we saw the prank they pulled. It was hilarious. All right, so again, don't forget when someone says screaming, it doesn't automatically mean that they're afraid. It can mean they're laughing really hard. All right, let's move on to number 8. Number 8, again, expressions you can use in your daily life. Number 8 is swag. Good. Again, swag. Excellent. Now, this is one you might have heard before. You might not have, but you might have heard before. It literally just refers to a sense of style or confidence. And usually we use it to refer to guys. It's not wrong to use it for women, but normally it's used when referring to guys. A guy that has great style, a guy that has great confidence, and when he walks into a room, heads turn. Okay, I like his swag. Or a guy that can really speak in an eloquent way and draw the attention of everyone. Wow, he has swag. Make sense? Now, this is a slang expression. So here are some example sentences. Number 1, he's got so much swag, he walks like he owns the place. He walks into the room and everyone turns. Sentence number 2, I need a new wardrobe to match my swag. This individual, maybe they're in their teenage years and they're feeling their swag and they're saying, I need an outfit to match my swag. I need to change my wardrobe. And now number 3, she's got swag for days. She can pull off any outfit. Again, sometimes it can be used to speak about females. All right, so we say swag. Good job. All right, number 9, again, expressions you can use in your daily life. Number 9 is snack. Good. Again, snack. Excellent. Now, again, you're probably thinking to yourself, Tiffani, teacher, I appreciate you. I appreciate you teaching me these new expressions, but come on, Tiff, I know this. Snack, that's just something you eat in between meals. That is true. However, this expression, this slang expression means a good looking person. You heard me right. We use this term to refer to a good looking person. Now, I have used this quite a few times. I'll be very honest with you. When I'm with my female friends and we either see a guy on a television program or a movie or even in real life walking past us, we'll say to each other, not out loud to the gentleman, Now, he is a snack. I'm laughing because I'm literally teaching you things that I use in my daily life. So it's funny for me to actually say them here because listen, I'm your teacher, but listen, this is how I talk. He's a snack. He is a snack. So it just means a very good looking person. All right. Here's the example sentence. She's such a snack. I can't take my eyes off her. All right. Now, again, you have to be careful when you use this. It is a compliment, but normally we don't say it to the person. We'll speak about the person to our friends. It's a compliment. So you're not saying anything negative. You're just saying, wow, he is really good looking. He is a snack, right? So we do say it to our friends referring to someone else. Sentence number 2. We all agreed that he was a snack. And number 3, he didn't realize that the girl thought he was a snack. He didn't know the girl thought he was attractive. Make sense? Excellent. All right. Are you a snack? Here we go. Number 10. Let's go to number 10. Number 10 is slay. Good. Again, slay. Excellent. Now, I've used this a few times. It is mainly used by, I can't even say the younger generation. Just some people do use it, right? I know exactly what it means. If someone says it, I can follow along. It literally just refers to someone succeeding or looking amazing. Succeeding or looking amazing. And most times I'll hear it used when someone has an amazing outfit on. And we'll say, okay, girl, slay. We're just saying, hey, you look amazing. You're doing it. Slay. Okay, slay. And sometimes people would just say the word. It just means you look amazing. It's a very good compliment. It is a slang term though, so just keep that in mind. You don't want to walk into a business meeting and your boss walks in and you say, okay, slay, boss, slay. Depending on who your boss is, that might not be the right environment to use it in. Here are the example sentences. Number 1, you slayed that presentation. You did a great job. You succeeded. You see how it's used in this situation, right? Here we go. Number 2, she slayed the red carpet and everyone was talking about her. Meaning she looked amazing. Her outfit, yes, it was amazing. She slayed. And number 3, he's about to slay his competition in the big game. He's about to succeed. He's about to win. Make sense? Excellent. All right. I hope you enjoyed this lesson today. Remember, these terms, these expressions can be used in your daily life and you'll sound like a native English speaker. I can't wait until our next lesson. Until then, remember to speak English. Let's jump right in. Phrase number 1. You must stop saying this English phrase. The phrase is, I'm never going to learn English. I get it. I understand that as you're on this English journey, you are going to have hard days. And I know that English is a challenging language to learn. I've seen thousands of students go through this very situation where they say this to themselves, I'm never going to learn English. I'm just not good enough. I keep trying, but I'm not improving. I'm just never going to learn English. You have to stop saying this to yourself. Why am I telling you to stop saying this? Stop saying this because it's not true. With time and dedication, anyone, listen closely, I am so passionate about this. Anyone can learn English and improve their language skills. I have a gentleman that just joined my academy. He's a part of our family in the Speak English with Tiffani Academy. He is 75 years old. I have another student who's 65 years old. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter what your current situation is. You can learn English. So, my friend, the first thing I need you to stop saying is, I'm never going to learn English. Don't say this ever again. Number 2, the second thing I need you to stop saying, to never say, is, my English is so terrible. I've heard students say this over and over again, and I've watched how detrimental it is to them. I've watched the words literally come out of their mouth and their confidence go down with it. Literally having a conversation and they'll say, my English is so terrible. Their shoulders start to drop. Their head starts to go low. They start to look insecure. My English is so terrible. Stop saying this. Why? Stop saying this because negative talk can lower your confidence and make it harder to improve. I want you to understand why I'm so passionate about this specific lesson, where I'm teaching you the 9 phrases you must stop saying. Because I have literally watched students come to me, join my academy, join my programs, and they were telling themselves, I'm not good at English. My English is terrible. I'm never going to learn English. Shoulders down, head down, lacking confidence. Then 2 months later, speaking with confidence, shoulders back, head up, and telling new students, hey, never say your English is terrible. Hey, never say you can't do it. Believe in yourself. The same student that I was encouraging, now encouraging another student. Listen, when you stop saying this phrase, your confidence will go up and your English will improve. You are smarter than you realize. I'm talking to you. Yes, the individual, right? Yes, right here with me. You are smarter than you realize. So the moment you stop saying to yourself, my English is bad. My English is terrible. My English is it's just not good. The moment you stop saying that is the moment your English will start improving. Because you're telling yourself, wait a minute. I can do better. My English is not bad. Stop telling yourself. Stop saying to yourself that your English is terrible. Number 3, the third thing I need you to stop saying right now is, I'll never be able to understand native speakers. I've heard this thousands of times. I'll never be able to understand native speakers. Now, this comes from watching television, watching movies, listening to podcasts, and missing a few words, missing an expression, missing a colloquialism, a slang term, missing the pacing. Let me ask you this question right now. Do you know where I'm from? It's okay, you can answer. Do you know where I'm from? That's right, I'm from America. Do you know what my mother tongue, my first language is? You got it, English. That makes me what? A native speaker. And you are understanding me. Come on, I need you to realize what I'm realizing about you. I see your potential. I know that you can achieve your English goals. You have to believe it. So you have to stop saying to yourself, I'll never be able to understand native speakers. Teacher Tiffani, I am a native speaker and you understand me. So immediately, this statement needs to go out the window. You can understand native speakers. There might be a time when a native speaker says something that you don't catch. There are some things that native speakers say that I'm like, what? And I'm a native speaker. Why? Because we have different accents, different parts of America people sound different. From the South to the North to the West, and it's totally okay. We're human beings. Stop saying to yourself, I'll never be able to understand native speakers. Here's the thing. Stop saying this because with practice and exposure to English speakers, you can improve your comprehension skills. I've been told multiple times in the comment section under my YouTube videos, Tiff, I've been watching your English lessons for months. When I first started watching your lessons, I missed a few things. I could understand the majority of what you were saying, but I didn't understand everything. However, now I understand everything that you say. Why? I didn't change. Teacher Tiffani didn't change. You changed. You started believing that you'd be able to understand what I was saying. You started enjoying the lessons. You started relaxing. You started to encourage yourself and experience this positive English lesson. Hopefully it's positive for you, right? Yeah, we'll smile. Hey. So it's all about how you're thinking. So stop saying, I'll never be able to understand native speakers. Again, I am passionate when it comes to this topic of negative speaking or discouragement. I'm really passionate about this. And the reason is because many times, and I'll pause real quick, we're going to get to number 4, don't worry. Many times what happens with English learners, you probably included, the hiccup, the barrier, the stop in your journey that you're experiencing has nothing to do with your intelligence. Has nothing to do with the difficulty of English. It has all to do with the way that you're viewing yourself. Listen to me. You're beating yourself up because you're not learning as fast as John or Samantha over there. You're frustrated because you don't think you speak like a native speaker just yet. You don't sound the way you'd like to sound. You make mistakes and you get upset with yourself. It's all about how you're feeling about yourself. If I, and this is one of my main goals, if I can help you feel confident, if I can help you overcome the negative thoughts, overcome the negative feelings, then I have done my job. You are intelligent. You already speak another language, your mother tongue, and you're listening to a woman speak in another language and you're understanding. Believe that you are intelligent. Believe that you are amazing. If I can help you, if I can help anybody find more confidence, be more confident in themselves, I have done my job. I have done my job and I'll be full of overwhelming joy. My goal is to help you be more confident in yourself. Yes, I'm teaching you English, but I've realized my purpose is so much bigger than words on a page. My purpose is to help you believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, and I'll give you tools along the way, teaching you English words, expressions, some tips and tricks, 5 W's. But if I can help you be confident in yourself, listen. You'll transfer that to your children. You'll transfer that to your friends. We affect each other. I want you to believe in yourself. This wasn't even in my notes. This wasn't a part of the lesson. It's just something that I'm so passionate about. I want you to believe in yourself. And in believing in yourself, there are things you have to stop saying. Number 4. Stop saying, I'll always make grammar mistakes. Listen closely. No matter who you are, yes, mistakes will be made. But this statement right here, when you say it to yourself, it has a negative effect. Listen very closely. I want you to stop saying this because everyone makes grammar mistakes, even native speakers. Practice and improving your grammar takes time. So this is very different from saying, hey, I'm always going to make grammar mistakes. It's okay. Let me just keep working. That's a positive statement. What I'm speaking about is this statement. I'm always going to make grammar mistakes. I mean, I try my hardest and I just always make grammar mistakes. That feels different, doesn't it? That's what I'm talking about. The negative self-talk. I've tried hard and I'm always going to make grammar mistakes. Stop saying that. Stop saying that. Number 5. And I want you to be writing these things down so that you'll stop saying them. Number 5. Why can't I speak English fluently like everyone else? Let me say this. You are not everyone else. You are unique. God made you special. You are one of a kind. With that in mind, you cannot compare yourself to anyone else. For example, I'm an English teacher. I teach English online. There are tons and tons of other English teachers online, absolutely amazing English teachers. I'm not like them, and they're not like me. We are individually amazing. I'm including all of us, right? Amazing English teachers. We each have our own unique skills. We can help students in our own unique ways. So I'm not comparing myself to any other English teacher. Why? They're awesome. They're amazing. And I think I am too. Why? Because each and every person living on this earth is awesome, is amazing. We just have to realize it. So my friend, my awesome, amazing friend, I need you to realize it does not matter what anyone else around you is doing. It doesn't matter what any other English learner is doing. Stop asking this question. Why can't I speak English fluently like them? Focus on your journey. Why? Everyone learns and improves at their own pace. Don't compare yourself to others. You're not like anyone else. You are uniquely you. You are special. Be patient with yourself and learn at your own pace. You got me? Good. The sixth saying that I want you to stop saying is, I'll never be able to pronounce English words correctly. Don't say that. Don't say that ever again. I've had so many students who have improved their pronunciation with practice, right? They dug deep, like we talked about in our last lesson, and they improved their pronunciation. Don't think it's impossible. It is possible. Here's the thing. This is important. Stop saying this because with practice and specific exercises, you can improve your pronunciation. There are many English teachers right now on YouTube that will teach you how to improve your pronunciation. One of the teachers I used to recommend my students to all the time, and even now, she's an amazing teacher. Rachel's English. What? Come on now. Excellent. You want to improve your pronunciation. You can improve your pronunciation. I have an app, English with Tiffani app. On the app, literally, there are tons of lessons to help you improve your pronunciation. It's not impossible. You just have to find the right tips and techniques that work for you. Maybe Rachel's lessons will help you. Maybe my lessons will help you. Maybe another English teacher's lessons will help you. It's not impossible. And you have to remember that as you're on this English journey. Tip number 7, the thing I need you to stop saying. Number 7, English is too difficult for me. You're lying. Listen, that's a lie. That's a lie. Hi. That's a lie. You are more intelligent than you realize. You understand what I'm saying right now. You're understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth. Proof that you're intelligent. Do you need extra time? Possibly. It's your journey. But English is not too difficult for you. Listen to me very closely. Stop saying this. Because every language can be challenging to learn. Korean was not easy. It was a very difficult language to learn, but it wasn't impossible. But with time and practice, you can improve. But you have to believe that. Again, stop saying English is too difficult for me. Number 8. The next phrase I need you to stop saying is, I can't understand English movies or TV shows. Stop saying that. Stop saying, I can't understand. I can't understand what they're saying or what's going on. Why do I want you to stop saying this? With consistent practice, you can improve your listening skills and increase your comprehension of English media. Listen, when I first started studying Korean, I was level 1. I was learning the basics, but every day in the background, I would play Korean dramas, Korean news programs, Korean cooking shows. I didn't know what they were talking about. I was a beginner. 99% of the show, I was like, don't know that word, don't know that word, but I continued to listen. And over time, I started understanding more. Why? Because with practice, your listening skills and comprehension of the media will improve. It's not impossible. And number 9, the phrase I need you to stop saying to yourself: I'm too old to learn English now. At the beginning of this lesson, I told you about 2 of my students. One is 75, one is 65. Now, there are a ton of other students that are older. But I mentioned these 2 individuals because they're proof. It does not matter how old you are. Your brain's still working. You can still speak, can't you? Then you're never too learn to learn. Ha! You're never too old to learn. Check this out. Stop saying this because age is not a barrier to learning a new language. Like, you 85 now, you done. No, age is not a barrier to learning a new language. Many people learn languages later in life and find great success in doing so. You're never too old to learn. Stop saying this. I am passionate about this topic. Phrases that I want my students in my academy to stop saying. Phrases I want you, my English student here on YouTube or we're listening to the podcast, I want you to stop saying. Why? Because I need you to believe in yourself. Believe you can achieve your English goals. I believe in you. Now I want you to believe in yourself. I'll talk to you next time. Let's jump right in. The very first thing you should never say to a stranger is, how old are you? Again, how old are you? Now, here's the main reason why you should never say this to a stranger. You see, it is considered impolite, unkind, or rude to ask a stranger about their age. Now, I want you to pay attention. Notice that I am emphasizing asking a stranger his or her age. You can ask your friend or possibly an acquaintance, but never ask a stranger their age. In English, this is seen to be impolite. Now, as you are on your English journey, you're going to be in many different situations, and sometimes you're going to feel uncomfortable. Maybe you forget a word, maybe you forget an expression. But I don't want you to be uncomfortable because you asked the wrong question or said the wrong thing. So, the very first English phrase I need you to remember to never ask a stranger is, how old are you? You got it? Excellent. All right. The second English phrase you must never say to a stranger is, how much do you weigh? Listen, I'll say it one more time. How much do you weigh? Now, I'm going to tell you the reason and then I'm going to go into even more detail. So, this is a personal question that can make people feel uncomfortable. Now, this lesson is specifically about English phrases and questions you should never mention or ask a stranger. But to be very honest, this one right here, how much do you weigh? Even if you're close friends, sometimes this is not the best question to ask, and you might be smiling now, especially if you are a female. As females, we are a bit more sensitive about our weight. So we don't talk about our weight as much as, say, a man would. And maybe you're a man, and for you, you're like, hey, Tiff, I don't care. I'll tell you my weight. But we're talking about English phrases you never say to a stranger. And this is a question you never ask a stranger. Again, if you are speaking to a man, let's say you're at a gym, you're working out, and a guy walks up. Guys, they're a little bit different when it comes to the weight question. Different, not in a bad way, but meaning that they're not as sensitive. But the best practice is for you to never ask a stranger how much he or she weighs. Be very careful. You got it? Excellent. All right, here we go. Number 3, the third phrase I never want you to ask or say is, how much money do you make? Again, how much money do you make? Now, the reason why you shouldn't ask a stranger this question is because discussing finances is generally considered inappropriate. Now, there are many unspoken rules in English, right? And I'll specifically speak about America, right? In American culture, there are certain things that you might not find in a book, right? Do this, don't do this. Or you might not learn in a specific class. This is one of them. You don't speak about finances in such detail with a stranger. Hey, how much money do you make a year? Immediately, this will kind of turn the stranger off in most situations. You don't talk about finances in this way with a stranger. So again, we're talking about things you shouldn't say or ask when you are speaking with a stranger. My goal is to help you speak English with confidence. But speaking English with confidence is not just about the words and expressions or grammar rules that you know. It's also about understanding the mindset of the individuals you will be speaking with. And that includes knowing what to say and what not to say. You got me? Excellent. So again, the third thing, never ask a stranger how much money they make. You got it? Excellent. All right. Here's number 4. Number 4. Now, these are phrases and questions. Why don't you have kids? Whew. As I'm teaching you this lesson, again, I organized and prepared this lesson for you. But even as I'm teaching it to you, I'm realizing once again how important each and every question, each and every phrase I'm going to teach you is for you to remember not to say. This one right here, why don't you have kids? This can be, here's the reason, this can be a sensitive topic for some people. And now I'm going to speak to you as a woman, right? And I know even guys can experience this as well. There are many couples, many individuals who want to have children. Maybe they got married 10 years ago and they've been trying, but failure after failure. Miscarriage, which means you lose a baby. Miscarriage after miscarriage. So many women are struggling to have children. Many couples, husbands and wives, want children but are not able to have children. So if you, again, innocently ask them, hey, why don't you have kids? How do you think they'll feel? They might not tell you, oh, we've been struggling for 10 years to have children, or we've been struggling for the last year to have children, but we lost a child. They're not going to go into detail, but you asking that question can be considered insensitive in American culture. Now, when I lived overseas, this was not the case, right? People would ask you all the time, hey, why don't you have kids? They'd ask me, I wasn't married, or they'd ask other couples. But again, being American, that question would always kind of catch me off guard. Why? Because in American culture, we are very sensitive. We understand that people have been through things. And it's not saying that people in your culture are not sensitive. It's just we are from different backgrounds, right? That's the beauty of the world, right? Globalization. We learn from each other, right? We learn how we think differently, right? So I want you to please keep this in mind. Never ask a stranger, why don't you have kids? I literally have friends who have experienced the loss of a child or who have experienced years of trying. So be very careful. Don't ask this question. You got me? Excellent. All right, here we go. Number 5. You look tired. I'm laughing. Okay, I'll say it one more time. You look tired. Now, I'm laughing because, again, I have been exposed to many different cultures, right? I have lived amongst many different cultures. Even where I am from, there are many different cultures living together here in America. So I've heard this statement before. This phrase has been said to me. I've heard someone say it to another person. I've heard someone say it to a person they just met, a stranger. Now, here's the reason why you should never, ever say this to a stranger. You look tired. Here's the reason. this might imply that they look bad or unwell. It's like you're telling the person, whoo, baby, you don't look good today. Or, whoo, man, you had a rough night. How do you think that person will feel? Oh no, all of a sudden they'll become more self-conscious. Oh, do I have bags under my eyes? Oh no, did I not put my makeup on right? For those that wear makeup, oh no. You don't want an individual to be uncomfortable, right? We're talking about helping you speak English with confidence, right? Part of that, again, is not just the words and expressions and grammar rules, but it's also about understanding the mindset of the individuals you will be speaking with. And if you know saying you look tired to someone will make them feel uncomfortable or not feel confident in themselves, that's automatically going to affect your communication with that person. Your conversation will experience a glitch, right? Their facial expression will change. Maybe they'll get irritated. Maybe they'll think that you're being rude. So I never want you to say to a stranger, you look tired. You got it? Excellent. All right, here we go. Number 6. You've put on weight. Again, you've put on weight. And I'm going to be very vulnerable and transparent with you. So this is very true. Now, I'll tell a reason first, and then I'm going to explain something to you. Commenting on someone's body is considered rude, unless it's a compliment. If you're like, girl, your hair looks good. Or you say to a guy, man, your haircut, yes, you are looking handsome. That is totally okay. But when you comment on someone's appearance in a way that is not flattering, not a compliment, that is considered rude. So I said I was going to be very transparent and vulnerable with you. Remember, the phrase we're saying you should never say to a stranger is, you've put on weight. So this is actually something that I'm experiencing now. In the last 2.5 years, I have put on weight. Why? Because I was taking some medicine. I'm totally okay. But I was taking some medicine, and one of the side effects of the medicine was gaining weight. And the weight came on very quickly. Now, I've said before, I have always been an athlete. My body type naturally is very athletic, an athletic body type, very muscular. It was very easy for me to build muscle. But since I started taking the medicine, I started gaining weight, even though I was eating the same way. I might have eaten a little bit more, but it was not normal. So I gained almost 20 pounds. Now that's a lot to deal with. So imagine me, again, being vulnerable. I'm trying to deal with this, right? This weight gain. I'm not used to it my entire life. In high school, I was the most athletic. In college, I was the most athletic. Now I'm dealing with this, right? Fast forward 20 something years after college, and now I'm dealing with this. And if someone walks up to me that I first met, right? One of my students. Hi, Teacher Tiffani. Oh, wow, you've put on weight since I first saw you on YouTube. How do you think I would feel? Now, again, I've been around many cultures, so I would kind of roll with the punches like, you're correct, I have. And I'm okay because I can be transparent. However, if someone's already sensitive about something or thinking about something and a stranger brings it up, or even someone they know brings it up, what do you think will happen? Exactly. It will make that person feel a little bit uncomfortable. Remember, we're talking about phrases you should never say to a stranger. And the effort is to help you, again, speak English fluently by understanding the mindset of the individual you will be speaking with. Make sense? All right, good. Now, again, I'm totally okay. I still work out. I'm not taking the medicine anymore, so I'm fine. I wanted to use my situation just to help you understand. You got it? All right, here we go. All right, let's go to number 7. Number 7, asking someone this question. Are you sick? Again, are you sick? Now, here's the reason why this is a question you shouldn't ask a stranger. This could be seen as rude or intrusive. Now, let me break this down a little bit more, right? Because you may be wondering, well, Tiff, if they look sick, I really actually care about them. I want to know if they're sick. Now, if someone is coughing and their nose is running and their eyes are bloodshot, that's more obvious, right? But you have to be very, very careful because someone might not be sick. I will give you this advice. It's better to let the person tell you what's going on than for you to guess, right? Remember, we're talking about things you shouldn't say to a stranger. We're not talking about close friends. We're not talking about family members or friends of friends, right? We're talking about strangers. Make sense? All right, good. So don't ask them, hey, are you sick? This kind of goes back to an earlier phrase we talked about where you would ask someone like, whew, man, are you tired? You look tired. Same level. All right, so let's move on now to number 8. Number 8. You're too skinny. Again, you're too skinny. Again, a phrase you should never say to a stranger. And I'll say honestly, don't say that to someone you know either. This honestly is considered body shaming and it's never acceptable. Remember, if you're not complimenting someone on their appearance, don't say anything at all. And I know I have many students from all around the world, and in certain cultures, it's totally okay. I have some friends who are West Indian and their parents, it's normal in their culture. Oh, baby, you gained weight. Or, oh, baby, woo, you're too skinny. You got to put some meat on your bones. Or even some of my Filipino friends. I understand that in different cultures, it's totally okay to make these comments. But remember, my goal as your English teacher is to help you speak English confidently and to understand the mindset of the individuals you'll be speaking with. I don't want you to be in an uncomfortable position, right? So again, don't say you're too skinny. Have you ever heard of anorexia, right? Anorexia. That's where an individual many times can become skin and bones and still feel like they're fat, right? It's an illness, right? And it requires some therapy, right, to get over and to get through it. So imagine, in your opinion, this individual is skinny, someone you're meeting up with, but that person is experiencing anorexia. They might not have gotten to the point where they're skin and bones, but the moment you say, oh, you're too skinny, it could affect them as well. Well, wait a minute, I feel fat, but they say I'm skinny. And then it could be a spiraling effect. Well, wait a minute. So am I not fat? Am I skinny? It's better to not say anything, except if you want to give a compliment. You got me? All right, here we go. Moving on to number 9. Number 9. I don't care. Again, I don't care. Again, it's always interesting. I prepare these lessons, but then when I'm teaching them, I remember once again, wow, this is so important. So this is actually taken as a sign of disrespect and lack of interest. You have to be very careful, right? I want you to imagine you're in this conversation with someone, right? And they're like, hey, I just got a new job. And you're like, I don't care. Like, oh, that's nothing to do with me. I don't care. Or, hey, we're going to get something to eat. I don't care. You're not intending to be rude. You're just saying, hey, no worries. Don't think about me. You guys can go ahead. I don't care implies, again, I'm not interested. And it's actually kind of disrespectful. So you have to be very careful. And I'm saying this again to you as an English learner, right? Because there are many nuances in the English language. Let's say, for example, my friend, this is when it's okay to say, I don't care. My friend says, hey, Tiff, oh man, I missed your call. I'm so sorry. I'm like, oh, girl, I don't care. You're all right. No worries. Even my facial expression shows warmth though. Like, man, I don't care. You're okay. That is all right. But if my friend says, Tiff, I missed your call, I don't care. My body language even changed. This is why I say there are nuances in the English language you have to be careful of, all right? But just for safety, don't say I don't care. Instead, explain. Hey, you guys want to go eat? I'm not hungry right now, so I'll stay here. You guys can go ahead. Instead of saying I don't care. Make sense? All right, good. Here we go. Number 10. Number 10. You don't look like you're from here. Man, you don't look like you're from here. This right here can make someone feel like an outsider. Your goal is not to make the person feel uncomfortable. So if you approach someone or someone approaches you, remember we're talking about phrases to never say to a stranger. And let's say you've come to America and you're in, let's say Washington, D.C. and you meet someone and they don't look like what you thought an American would look like. Don't say, hey, you don't look like you're from here. This can be taken as an insensitive comment, and you can make them feel uncomfortable. Just remember, keep it inside. Ask them like, hey, what state are you from? That's okay. But remember, this can be seen as inconsiderate. It can be seen as impolite. You don't look like you're from here. Now, you'll notice again, as I teach English on this channel, and for those listening to the podcast, my inflections, right? You'll notice my pronunciation, which you guys have said is very clear, but I let you know, even if you're listening, you can tell when I'm happy, when I'm sad, when I'm angry, when I'm upset during a story time, right? Story time. Don't miss today's story. Again, as an English learner, I'm telling you not to say this because you're still learning the proper inflections, proper body language, and facial expressions. So let's not say this one at all. All right, and number 11, another important one. You don't act like a typical, and then you put the nationality or race. I am an African American woman. I am a Black woman. So if someone walked up to me and said, man, you don't act like a typical Black woman, this can be a stereotype and it can be offensive. Even when it's not coming from a stranger, please don't say this. I've had this said to me many times when I was in South Korea, right? Wow, you don't act like a typical Black woman, or you don't act like the Black people I've seen on TV. The intent, there's no bad intent, I understand, but this can be not the best thing to say. It can be considered offensive. Even if you say you don't act like a typical white person or typical Spanish person, insert the nationality or race. Do not say this. This is very offensive in certain situations, all right? Again, I don't want you to make the person that you're speaking with uncomfortable. This will affect your fluency because the moment they get uncomfortable, their body language will change, their facial expression will change, and you'll start feeling nervous. That's not what we want. There are many English phrases that you're going to learn on your English journey. These are the 11 phrases I don't want you to say when you're speaking with a stranger. I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. Don't forget, you can get the free email vocabulary newsletter by going to dailyenglishvocabulary.com. Each and every day from Sunday to Friday, I send out an email for free with 5 new vocabulary words related to a topic to help you speak English fluently. Hope you enjoyed the lesson, and I will talk to you in the next one. Let's jump right in. The very first English expression you must know and understand is to think outside the box. Good. Again, after me, to think outside the box. Great job. Now, this expression literally just means to think creatively and come up with innovative ideas or solutions. Thinking of a way of doing something that most people don't normally follow, or coming up with a strategy or a method that is not common. You are thinking outside of the box, thinking creatively. Now check out these example sentences using this word. Here's the first one. We need to think outside the box to solve this complex problem. Hey, this problem is not normal. This problem is extremely complex. And in order for us to solve this problem, we have to think creatively. We have to think outside the box. You got it. All right, here we go. Sentence number 2. Her ability to think outside the box led to a breakthrough in the project. And sentence number 3. The manager encouraged the team to think outside the box during the brainstorming session. Hey, I want you all to think creatively. I want you to come up with methods and strategies that we haven't used before. Once again, the manager encouraged the team to think outside the box during the brainstorming session. You got it? Excellent. All right. Let's move on now to our second expression. The second English expression is also a very important one. It is, after me, to keep someone in the loop. Good. Again, to keep someone in the loop. Excellent job. Now, this expression literally just means to keep someone informed about a situation or development. Hey, I want to make sure you are up to date. I want to make sure you know what's going on. We talked about this in the meeting, but you weren't there. So I want to keep you in the loop. So I want to make sure you are informed about the situation. You got it? Excellent. All right. Here's the first example sentence. Please keep me in the loop regarding any changes to the schedule. Next, sentence number 2. I'll make sure to keep you in the loop as we progress with the negotiations. And finally, sentence number 3. It's important to keep all stakeholders in the loop throughout the project. It's important to make sure all the stakeholders are informed about the situation. You got it? Excellent. All right. So expression number 2 is to keep someone in the loop. Now, expression number 3 is another important one for you as an English learner. Here's the expression: to get the ball rolling. Good. Again, to get the ball rolling. Excellent. Now, this expression literally just means to start a process or a project. To get the ball rolling. Hey, we need to make sure this project goes well. There's a deadline. We need to get the ball rolling. We need to start the project. You got it? Excellent. All right. Get the ball rolling. Here's the first example sentence. Let's get the ball rolling on this new initiative as soon as possible. ASAP. We need to start now. Let's get the ball rolling. Here's the second sentence, sentence number 2. I've sent out the initial emails to get the ball rolling on our marketing campaign. And sentence number 3. We need to get the ball rolling on hiring a new team member. Hey, our team is struggling. We really need another team member. We need to get started. We need to get the ball rolling. You got it? Excellent. All right. So number 3 again, to get the ball rolling. Now we have expression number 4. Expression number 4 is to be swamped. Good. Again, to be swamped. Excellent. Now, to be swamped, this is a very commonly used expression. It just means to be extremely busy or overwhelmed with work. You're extremely busy. Man, I have so many tasks to get done today, and then for the rest of the week, I have extra tasks, and then next week and the weekend, I am swamped. To be overwhelmed, to have a lot on your plate or a lot to do. In English, we say to be swamped. You got it? Excellent. All right. Check out these example sentences. Here's the first one. I'm swamped with reports this week. Can we reschedule our meeting? I'm swamped with reports this week. Can we reschedule our meeting? Here we go. Sentence number 2. The customer service team is swamped with calls due to the recent product launch. And finally, sentence number 3. She's been swamped ever since taking on the new project. You got it? Excellent. So again, to be swamped. Now we're going to move on to expression number 5, but I want to remind you to download the English with Tiffani app. After each lesson, you can practice what you've learned by downloading the app for free, and you can actually study with practical applications, practical lessons related to what you are learning today. So again, download the app. The link is in the description. Now, our next expression is expression number 5, and it is to be on board. Good. Again, to be on board. Excellent. Now, this expression just means to agree with or support an idea or plan. Once again, to agree with or to support an idea or plan. Hey, I'm on board with the plan you have put in place. Hey, I'm on board. I'm ready to join. I'm ready to support your idea. To be on board. You got it? Yes. Now, this is an expression you can use a lot in the office environment. So check out these example sentences. Here we go. Are you on board with the new marketing strategy? Are you okay? Are you willing to support the new marketing strategy? Once again, are you on board with the new marketing strategy? Sentence number 2. We need everyone to be on board before we implement these changes. And sentence number 3. The CEO is fully on board with our proposal for the new product line. You got it? Excellent. So again, expression number 5 is to be on board. Now remember, as you're learning these expressions, I want you to keep in mind the importance of using them throughout the day. Try to use them at least once. That's how you'll start sounding like a native English speaker. Here's the 6th expression. To drop the ball. Good. Again, to drop the ball. Excellent. Now, this sounds very simple. What does it mean to drop the ball? This expression just means to make a mistake or fail to do something important. Again, to make a mistake or fail to do something important. Imagine this. If you're watching this video lesson, or even if you're listening to this video lesson, you are used to these lessons going live, becoming available on Sunday mornings. Imagine next Sunday, the video doesn't get posted. Monday, it's not there. Tuesday, it's not there. Oh man, Tiffani dropped the ball. Again, it just means to fail to do something important. These lessons are important, right? You can shake your head, it's okay. My goal is to help you speak English fluently. So you look forward to these lessons. I don't want to drop the ball. I want to make sure I'm providing you each week with a new English lesson. So again, to drop the ball. You got it. Excellent. Here we go. Sentence number 1. Sentence number 1 is, I'm sorry I dropped the ball on getting you those figures yesterday. I'm sorry I failed to get you those figures yesterday. You got it? Good. Here we go. Sentence number 2. We can't afford to drop the ball on this important client account. We can't afford to make a mistake. We can't afford to fail. We can't afford to drop the ball. And sentence number 3. The team dropped the ball by not meeting the project deadline. Again, the team dropped the ball by not meeting the project deadline. You got it? Excellent. All right. So expression number 6, to drop the ball. Now, this 7th expression is an expression I really want to make sure you understand and are able to use. The 7th expression is to get up to speed. Good. Again, to get up to speed. Excellent. Now, to get up to speed, this literally just means to acquire all the relevant information or skills to understand a situation or perform a task. getting everything you need in order to perform properly or well. Hey, what is the information I need for this? What are the tasks I need to finish or complete in order to make sure this project goes well? Please get me up to speed. Give me all the necessary information. You got it? Yes. Check out this example sentence. The first one is going to help you a lot. I'll need a few days to get up to speed on the new software system. Hey, we have a new software system and I want to make sure I'm able to use it properly. So I'm going to need a few days to learn it. I'm going to need a few days to improve my skills using this new software system. Again, I'll need a few days to get up to speed on the new software system. You got it. Excellent. All right. Sentence number 2. Can you help the new employee get up to speed on our company policies? Again, can you help the new employee get up to speed on our company policies? Yes, you got it. I love it. I love it. All right, now we're going to go to sentence number 3. Sentence number 3. It's crucial to get up to speed quickly when joining a new project team. Once again, it's crucial to get up to speed quickly when joining a new project team. You got it? Excellent. All right. So again, we're speaking about the 7th expression, get up to speed. Now, these expressions will help you sound like a more fluent English speaker. It will help you. This lesson will help you be more confident. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll talk to you next time. Let's jump right in. The very first term you must understand is a game. A game. Now, this is a term we use very often in English, but what does it mean? So the term a game just means to do your best possible in any endeavor, usually when speaking about competition. Now, growing up, I was an athlete. I still enjoy sports. I still enjoy exercising. But whenever I went to a game, whenever I participated in a competition, I always wanted to do my best. I always had this mindset, hey, Tiff, listen, when you get on that court, when you get in the field, you have to make sure you bring your A game. You have to make sure you're giving all of your best efforts. Makes sense, right? It's a term that we use very often in English, A game. But I want to help you understand how to use it in real life situations. So let's check out this first real life situation. Imagine you're at a job interview. And here's the situation. When preparing for an important job interview at a prestigious company, how can you use the term A game? You want to get this job so bad. This company is absolutely amazing and it is your dream job. Here's how you can describe this situation and use the slang term A game. I need to bring my A game to this interview at Google tomorrow. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Makes sense, right? Again, you want to bring your A game to the interview. But what about this real life situation? Imagine, for example, you are in a sports competition. Just like I said, I loved sports growing up. But it's right before a championship game or a crucial match. There are tons of people in the crowd looking forward to this game. In this situation, you can say, if we want to win the finals, everyone needs to bring their A game tonight. You saw it, right? You can envision the situation. Hey, if we want to win, if we want to go to the finals, we have to bring our A game. You got it? Yes. All right. Now check out this other real life situation. Here's the situation. Here's the example. Business presentation. At your job, you have to give a presentation. Here's the exact situation. When preparing for a crucial presentation to important clients, I want you to imagine the clients, they're your biggest clients, and your boss is depending on you to make sure this presentation wows them. How can you describe the situation using A game? Here we go. the CEO will be at the meeting. So make sure you bring your A game to the presentation. Makes sense, right? Hey, I need you to do your best. The CEO is gonna be there, man. I need you to bring your A game. You got it? Yes, this term is very useful. However, there are some do's and don'ts when it comes to this actual slang. So first, let's go over the do's of using this term A game. The first one is, do use it in professional or competitive contexts. It's totally okay to use it when you're speaking about the work environment and competitions. You can also use it to encourage and motivate others. Hey, listen, bring your A game, baby. You got it. I believe in you. The third time you can use this is when discussing important events or performances. You can use this slang term A game in these situations. Now, on the opposite side, you cannot use this slang term for casual or routine activities. I'm gonna bring my A game when I brush my teeth today. No, boo-boo. That is not the time to use A game. Or in this situation, don't use it in formal written documents. It's very important. Again, it's a great slang term, but don't use it when you're writing a formal document. And also, don't overuse it in daily conversation. You don't want to have a conversation with your friend and keep saying, I brought my A game to my brushing of my teeth situation. I brought my A game when I was driving my car. Don't overuse it. You got me? All right. So now that you know the do's and don'ts of this slang term A game, I want you to listen to this quick story of how you can use this term. Here we go. Listen closely. Sarah had been preparing for the National Chess Championships for months. Her coach kept telling her, you've got to bring your A game tomorrow. This is what we've been working towards. The morning of the tournament, Sarah felt nervous but focused. As she sat across from the defending champion, she remembered all her training and took a deep breath. Her A game kicked in, and after an intense match, she became the youngest national champion in history. Why? Because Sarah bought her A game that day. You got it right? Excellent. All right, so our first slang term, again, is A game. Now we're going to move to our second slang term, but I want to actually let you know everything that I'm teaching you today actually comes from this document. Again, you've learned A game, and this comes from this course that I teach, the Master English Slang course. So this is actually a PDF for those watching from the course. And I just taught you the second slang term from this course. Again, A game. Now I'm going to teach you 2 more slang terms to help you. But again, if you want to learn even more, all you have to do, you heard that in my voice, even, I like to sing, but woo, today, I don't know. But if you want to learn even more, all you have to do is hit the link in the description or go to www.speakenglishwithtiffanyacademy.com and enroll in the Master English Slang course. All right. So I want us to now jump into our second English slang term. Our second English slang term is all-nighter. Again, all-nighter. Now, this is a very commonly used slang term, and this term literally just refers to an event that lasts all night or a time when you spend all night studying, especially for an exam. It can also refer to working all night. Literally what it implies, spending all night doing something in preparation for something else. All right? We say all-nighter. This is the slang term. So here's a real life situation when you can use this term. The very first real life situation, I want you to think about college studies. being in college and specifically preparing for final exams. I remember so many times having to prepare for final exams. Here's the example sentence. I'll have to pull an all-nighter to finish studying for tomorrow's physics exam. Makes sense, right? Maybe you are in college right now. Maybe you remember the old days like I do when I was in college and when you were in college, having to study for an exam by pulling an all-nighter. What about this other real life situation? Again, here's the setup. You have a work deadline. When completing an urgent project, your entire team is working on this project. Here's the example sentence. The team pulled an all-nighter to get the proposal ready for the morning meeting. Listen, guys, I know we're tired, but we have to pull an all-nighter in order to get this project done. And then we have this real life situation. Again, think about working. You have a creative project that you're working on, and you're trying to finish an artistic or creative work. Here's the example sentence. I pulled an all-nighter to finish editing my short film before the festival deadline. You see how I was able to naturally describe the situation using the slang term all-nighter? Again, you, my friend, are going to be able to do the exact same thing. So we understand how to use it, but now we have to look at the do's and the don'ts. So let's start with the do's first of using this slang term all-nighter. Here's the first one. Again, using this slang term. Do use it when describing genuine situations requiring overnight work. I had to study all night. I had to work all night. These are real situations. Also, use it to express dedication to completing a task. Listen, I'm going to work. I'm going to work hard to knock this task out the park. And finally, do use it in casual conversation with your peers, with your friends. It's okay to use this in casual conversations, but don't use this slang term to glorify it as a regular habit. Ha! I stay up all night every night working. You don't want to glorify it. It's not necessarily a good thing. No one wants to stay up all night every night. Also, don't use it in formal professional communications. When you're emailing your boss, hey, I had to pull an all-nighter. You want to change it. It's not going to be used in these formal professional communications. And finally, don't use it to brag about poor time management. Don't use it, hey, I pulled an all-nighter because I didn't study for my test. You don't want to use it to brag. It's not something good, right? It's something that we have to do at times, but you don't want to brag about it. So check out this short story using the slang term all-nighter. Here we go. Mike and his roommate James were notorious or famous for their last-minute study sessions. The night before their final presentation, they pulled an all-nighter in the library, fueled by coffee and determination. As the sun rose, they had not only completed their presentation, but had also created what turned out to be the most creative project in their class. Their professor was impressed, but kindly suggested better time management for future assignments. You caught it, right? Mike and his roommate James had to pull an all-nighter. So again, this slang term, our second slang term, all-nighter. You can start using it today. Now, this third slang term is also another good one. We're going again. Remember, I mentioned to you that all of these come from the document that I use when I teach the Master English Slang course. So we're going to move to our third slang term, and it actually is back seat driver. This is the PDF that I use in the course, but we're talking about back seat driver. Backseat driver. Now, this is something we use very often as well in English, and it just refers to someone who is always in the back trying to tell the driver what to do. Hey, oh, you missed your turn. Hey, you gotta go to the left. Hey, you should hang a right at this corner. Someone in the back always trying to tell the driver what to do. In English, we call that person a backseat driver. I thought about Backstreet Boys all of a sudden. Backstreet. All right, so here's the first real life situation, all right? You're on a road trip and you're traveling with your family or your friends. Here's how you can describe the situation. My mother-in-law is such a backseat driver. She comments on every turn I make. You see it, right? Family road trip, mother-in-law's in the back. Hey, that was a wrong turn. Hey, I don't like the way you made that turn. Again, my mother-in-law is such a backseat driver. She comments on every turn I make. What about this real life situation? Again, still speaking about backseat driver. Think about your daily commute when carpooling with colleagues to work. You guys are riding together. Here's the example sentence. I stopped giving Sarah rides because she's a backstreet. I guess I like Backstreet Boys. She's a backseat driver who constantly tells me which lanes to use. Backseat driver. And then this other real life situation. Going on a family vacation when driving with siblings on a long trip. Here's the example sentence. My brother is the worst backseat driver. He keeps telling me I'm following too close to other cars. He's the worst backseat driver. So you understand how to use this slang term now, right? But there are some do's and don'ts. Here's the first do that I want you to pay attention to. The first do is use it to describe unwanted advice politely. I don't want their advice and I'm trying to express that politely. Next, you can use it in casual conversations. And finally, use it metaphorically in various situations beyond driving, right? Like, at my job, sometimes my boss is a backseat driver, right? Metaphorically. Now, there are things that you should not do as it relates to using this slang term. First, don't use it in formal complaints or documents. Don't email your boss or write up a document. I want to complain about my coworker who is a backseat driver. You don't want to use it in that situation. Don't use it aggressively or confrontationally. You don't want to be confronting someone using it in an aggressive way. And finally, don't use it with people who might be sensitive to criticism. We all have friends or family members that might be a bit more sensitive about certain things, and that's fine, we're human. So be careful who you use it with and who you use it to describe, okay? Now, this again is a very useful slang term. Who you use it to describe, right? I just paused for a second. All right, now check out this story using the term. Here we go. John was driving his girlfriend Lisa to meet his parents for the first time. Throughout the 2-hour journey, Lisa couldn't help but point out every speed limit sign, suggest better routes, and gasp dramatically at every yellow light. By the time they arrived, John laughingly told his parents, well, I just discovered I'm dating a backseat driver. Everyone laughed and Lisa promised to work on her backseat driving tendencies. Makes sense, right? Now that you understand the term backseat driver. Now again, these slang terms are used almost every day by native English speakers on a very regular basis. So now that you know them, you can start using them. And I'll talk to you in the next lesson. Let's jump right in. Expression number 1, I'm down for that. Again, I'm down for that. Now this simple and easy to use expression, I'm down for that, just refers to expressing your willingness or enthusiasm to participate in something. Let's say your friend calls you up. Hey, how you doing, Tiff? Oh, I'm good. How are you? You're great? You want me to do what? Oh, there's a big concert? CeCe Winans? Yes, I am down for that. Again, I am willing to go. I love CeCe Winans, by the way. Yes, her music is amazing. But again, I'm showing that I'm enthusiastic. I'm willing to go and I'm excited. I'm down for that. Make sense? Yes. All right. Here's the very first example sentence using this expression. Want to grab pizza later? Response. Yeah, I'm down for that. Oh, yes. You want to get some pizza later? Yes, I'm down for that. I'm enthusiastic. I am ready and willing to do that. Sentence number 2. We're planning a beach trip this weekend. Are you down? Notice what I did. I took the expression and turned it into a question. Listen closely again. We're planning a beach trip this weekend. Are you down? Now the response would be, oh yeah, I'm down for that. But again, I used it in the question. Are you down? Are you willing to go? Are you enthusiastic about going? Again, down for that. And here's the third example sentence. I'm down for trying that new restaurant everyone's talking about. You caught it, right? I'm down for trying that new restaurant everyone's talking about. I'm enthusiastic about trying the restaurant. I am willing to try the restaurant. You see it, right? Yes, this is a very useful expression. So let me give you 3 specific situations in which you can use this expression. Don't worry, we're going to get back to the lesson, but I wanted to ask you a question. Have you ever watched a movie or listened to a native speaker and thought, what did they just say? You're not alone. Most English learners struggle because they focus on the wrong things, memorizing grammar rules and vocabulary lists, instead of learning the expressions that actually matter in daily conversations. That's exactly why I created the English Expressions Bundle. It follows the 80-20 rule, teaching you the most commonly used English expressions so you, my friend, can understand and speak naturally, just like a native speaker. With video lessons, ebooks, and practical exercises, you'll never feel lost in a conversation again. My students love this method, and now it's your turn. So you can get lifetime access to the English Expressions Bundle today by simply clicking the link in the description right below this video. It's time for you to start speaking English with confidence. Here we go. When friends are making casual plans. This expression, this phrase can be used when your friends are making casual plans. Hey, you know what? Tomorrow, I was supposed to have a meeting tomorrow, but it got canceled. So, man, I would like to just hang out and go eat lunch together. What do you think? Hey, I am down for that. We haven't hung out in a while. I am down for that. Again, when friends are making casual plans. Situation number 2, responding to invitations. You get an invitation and they say, hey, Tiff, we're having a special event, a special party. It's going to be my daughter's 16th birthday party. Can you come? Yes, I'm down for that. Responding to an invitation. And situation number 3, agreeing to try new activities. Hey, I know you've never been snorkeling before, but we're going snorkeling this weekend. What are you thinking? You know what? It's new. I'm down for that, though. I'm down for it. Again, trying or agreeing to try new activities. So you can use I'm down for that in these 3 situations. Now, we're going to go to the second phrase, the second expression, but I want to remind you, everything you're learning in this lesson, you can practice after the lesson. You can download the English with Tiffani app. You can download the app totally for free. And you can practice what you're learning. My goal as your English teacher is to help you improve your English. So don't forget to download the English with Tiffani app and practice. All right, now let's go to our second expression. Our second phrase is that works for me. Again, that works for me. Now, what does this mean? That works for me is just another way of expressing agreement or acceptance of a suggestion or proposal. hey, I think we should go to New York this weekend instead of next weekend. What do you think? Hey, that works for me. I agree. No problem. I'm down for that. You see how I could use I'm down for that as well, right? Again, that works for me is also expressing agreement. Hey, I accept it. I can go along with your suggestion. Again, that works for me. All right, so let's check out some example sentences using this phrase. Can we meet at 3 p.m.? Response. Yeah, that works for me. Again, can we meet at 3 p.m.? Response. Yeah, that works for me. I agree. I accept your suggestion. Sentence number 2. I can drop off the documents tomorrow morning. Response. Perfect. That works for me. Perfect. I love that suggestion. I love it. That works for me. And sentence number 3, example number 3, should we order Chinese food? Response, hey, that works for me. I accept your suggestion. I agree with you. That works for me. Now, here are 3 other situations in which you can use this phrase. Situation number 1. Scheduling meetings or appointments. You need to meet with a potential client, or you need to meet with a coworker or even your boss, and that individual says, hey, I looked at my schedule and I'm actually free tomorrow at about 2:15 p.m. Can you meet at that time? Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, that works for me. It's okay to use it in these situations, right? Scheduling meetings or appointments. Situation number 2, making arrangements with friends. Again, are we going to go out to the Chinese food restaurant? Are we going to go to the Indian restaurant? Are we going to go insert the option? When you're scheduling or making arrangements with friends, you can use that works for me. And situation number 3, agreeing to suggestions in workplace settings. You can use this phrase. Hey everyone, we need to come together tomorrow because this project is going to be due by the end of the week. So let's come together tomorrow. Is everyone okay? Yep, that works for me. You can use it in this situation. All right, so again, that works for me. Number 3, the third phrase, no worries. Again, no worries. I literally use this phrase every day. No worries. No worries. It just means it's okay or don't worry about it. It's a casual way of saying, it's okay, or hey, don't worry about it. No worries. Everything's okay. So if someone's apologizing to you, or maybe they arrived late, you say, hey, no worries. It's okay. We say no worries. Check out these example sentences using this phrase. Example sentence number 1. Sorry, I'm running late. Hey, response, no worries. Take your time. It's all good. No worries. Sentence number 2. I forgot to bring your book. Response, no worries. You can bring it next time. Hey, no worries. You can bring it next time. I use this all the time, literally. Third example sentence, an example. Thanks for your help. Response, no worries at all. Thank you so much for everything you did. Response, hey, no worries at all. No worries. It's a very commonly used phrase. Here are 3 other situations in which you can use this phrase, no worries. When you're responding to apologies. If someone is apologizing for being late, apologizing for not bringing you something, apologizing for what they said or what they did, and you want to let them know that you are okay, everything's fine, you can say, no worries. Hey, no worries. Situation number 2, acknowledging thanks in a casual way. Thank you so much for the food. Hey, listen, no worries, no worries. You're acknowledging that they're thanking you and you're doing it in a casual way. Here's the third situation. reassuring someone who feels guilty about a minor issue. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot your name. Oh my goodness. Hey. No worries. It's okay. No worries. Again, when someone feels guilty about a minor issue, you can say, listen, no worries. All right? Third phrase, no worries. Here's our fourth phrase. I'll keep you posted. Again, I'll keep you posted. Another one that I use on a regular basis. I'll keep you posted. It just refers to promising to provide updates or information as it becomes available. Hey, listen, we're looking forward to working together with you. I am waiting to hear back from my boss. I need to get some information from him, but I'll keep you posted. When he sends it to me, I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted. Again, promising to provide updates or information as it becomes available. You got it? Yes, excellent. All right, here are some example sentences. Sentence number 1. I'm still waiting to hear back about the job, but I'll keep you posted. As I find out information, I'll let you know. Sentence number 2. We're not sure about the party details yet. I'll keep you posted. As I find out, I'll let you know. As soon as I find out, I'll let you know. And sentence number 3. The situation might change, but I'll keep you posted on any updates. I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know. Here are 3 situations now when you can use this phrase. I almost said idiom. During ongoing work projects, you're working with other people on certain projects, and as you get information you want to let them know, you will also share that information with them. Hey, I'll keep you posted. So when you're working on ongoing projects, situation number 2, when planning future events. Hey, we have this big conference that we're planning and we need to make sure everyone knows what's going on. So I will keep you all posted as I learn or get more information. And situation number 3, while waiting for important information, you can say, hey, please keep me posted. Let me know when you find out anything. Keep you posted. You got it? Yes, I love it. All right, here is number 5. Our 5th phrase is sounds good. Sounds good. Another one I use all the time. What does sounds good mean? This means a casual way to express agreement or approval, similar to our first 2 phrases. Sounds good. I'm agreeing, I approve, but I'm doing it in a casual way. Sounds good. Here's the first example sentence. Hey, let's meet at the cafe at 2 p.m. Response, hey, sounds good. Sounds good. I agree. Let's do that. Sentence or example number 2. I'll email you the report tomorrow. Response, sounds good. Thanks. Hey, I agree with that. That's perfect. Sounds good. And example number 3. Should we take the bus instead? Response, yeah, sounds good to me. I'm looking at this situation. I think, yes, let's take the bus instead. I agree. Sounds good to me. Now, here are 3 situations in where you can use this or when you can use this phrase. Confirming plans with friends. I get a text message from my friend. Hey, Tiff, we're going to hang out this weekend at 8 p.m. on Saturday night. Can you come? My response, again, confirming plans with friends. Sounds good. I agree. Yes, let's do that. Situation number 2, responding to work-related proposals. Hey, Miss Claiborne. Hey, Miss Smith. Hey, Miss, we just wanted to say that, we like working with you and we'd like to continue working with you. So we're proposing an extension of your contract. Response, hey, sounds good. Again, responding to work-related proposals. third situation. The third situation is agreeing to casual suggestions. Again, this is a commonly used phrase. Why? Because people are making suggestions all the time. Hey, would you like to go down the street to pick up just a bottle of soda? Sure. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's do it. Again, agreeing to casual suggestions. All right? So again, I hope these phrases will help you sound more natural, and I hope you enjoyed the lesson. I'll talk to you next time. You still there? You know what time it is. Story time. Hey, hey, hey. I said it's story time. All right. So for this story time, I want to title it When Someone Sees You, the Real You. So this happened probably about 7 or 8 years ago, if not a little bit further back. So I was in South Korea. I lived there for about 10 years. I was a missionary English teacher. But for the latter portion of my time in Korea, I was still teaching English and I was studying to get my master's degree in Oriental painting. And it was a very good experience. I learned so much about Japanese art, Korean art, Chinese art. I learned so many things, and I really love art. If you didn't know, your English teacher is also an artist. So I was learning so many things, and in one class we were told that we were going to have basically an open house, right? We were going to have an open studio period where people were going to come and walk around our student areas, right, where we had all of our paintings that we had been working on, and people were going to come and walk around and see our artwork, kind of like a student gallery, right? We're going to have a show. So I said, okay, let me prepare lots of pieces. We had, I think, maybe about 2 months to prepare. So myself and the other students, we started working hard, right? Again, for me, I would spend the weekends normally at church and with my friends. And then during the week, I would be on campus and painting. And I loved it, right? So I was painting large pieces, and I had a few small ones, but mainly very large and medium-sized pieces, and they took a lot of time. Now, these pieces lived in our studio area. When I would go back to my room, I had an apartment on campus. Again, I'm an artist, so even in my downtime, I would like to sketch or doodle or draw. And around this time, I had developed this new style, and I was just playing around with the style in my sketchbook. And even though I had a sketchbook that was small, the style, it was very detailed. So it would take me probably 8 to 15 hours to do a piece that was maybe smaller than an 8 by 11. It still would take me several hours. But there was something about these pieces that I really liked. Now, they weren't for the open studio, like the gallery showing. They weren't for the gallery showing. They were just something I was doing in my free time. My gallery, my work for the studio, for the show was totally, or the exhibition was totally different. So I would come back to my room and I was working on a self-portrait in this style. And at that time I used to rock an afro. I mean, it looked good, right? And so I started drawing this piece, and it was very detailed, very intricate. It was an abstract piece. There were lots of lines, lots of patterns within this piece. And it really, as an artist, it did something for me. I felt fulfilled as I was working on this piece. And I would go back to my studio and work on the other pieces of art for the exhibition. I liked those too. It was just different feelings. They were just different feelings. So I remember the exhibition was coming up. It was a few days away, and I had finished this piece that I had been working on in my room. I said, you know what? I mean, I can still show it. It was like an 8.5 by 11. It wasn't large. It was a self-portrait. I said, I can still put it up. It was completely opposite of the style I was doing my other pieces in. Completely opposite. Abstract, detailed, lots of lines and patterns. And then on this side, yes, there were patterns, but they weren't as detailed. Stark contrast. So anyways, the day of the exhibition came and I said, you know what, let me just kind of take this one and put it on one of the walls of my studio area. That's exactly what I did. It wasn't even in a prominent space. You walked in, it was kind of on the right side, small, kind of out of your view if you just walked into my studio space. So I remember like it was yesterday, one of my professors, like the professors were also walking around our studio spaces. Again, they were just kind of assessing and analyzing how our styles were evolving. And this professor, one of my favorite professors, he walked into my studio area and he was kind of looking around. Remember, my piece of my self-portrait was right on the right side when you walked into my studio area, 8.5 by 11 on the wall. He walks in and he's looking, he hasn't seen it yet. He's looking at all my pieces and saying, oh, okay, good job, Tiffani. Again, it's in Korean. Good job, very interesting, very interesting. And he just happened to turn and see my self-portrait. And he paused. Then he looked at me and then he looked back at the self-portrait. And it was weird to me because I was like, oh, that was just something. In my head, I was like, I just did that in my room, you know, kind of, I just enjoyed it. He looked at it again. And just to give you, again, more information, this is an open exhibition for people to look around the students' studio spaces, but we were selling pieces. If somebody wanted to purchase things, they could. Purchase a piece, they could. I hadn't even thought about selling this piece because it was just a self-portrait I had done in my room. He looked at it again and looked back at me and said, Tiffani, I want this one. I can't really explain the emotion that came over me. Remember, this was something that I had done in my free time. I enjoyed it. And then someone saw it and said, I want this one. And I said, really? And he looked at me. He said, this one right here, there's something in it. Remember, he was my professor. Now that I am older, now that I'm, again, out of school, I've done my thesis and all this, I understand what he saw. He said, this right here is the start of something, and I want to buy this piece. This professor had a keen eye. He had seen so many art students that he could recognize when a student's true artistic style was coming out. My other pieces were good. But this one right here, the one on the right side on that wall, it was a piece of me. And he recognized it. And I said, oh, okay. And I told him the price and he bought it. When he bought it, in my mind, I said, one day I'm going to buy that piece back. But he hit the nail on the head because that style is still the same style today that I paint in. The other pieces I did, they were great. But that piece had a piece of me. So I have paintings in my home now that are in the exact same style, and I continue to paint in that style. One day maybe I'll show you. But it was very interesting how my professor was able to truly see me in that piece, in that artwork. Hope you enjoyed the story. I'll talk to you next time.